Your Lordship, this item was listed as serial number 19 on Friday. Your Lordship directed issuance of notice. My only request is it should be tagged with the other gaming matters which are coming on 31st. Number, SLP number, only limited direction. Lordship has already issued notice.
Your Lordship's permission we mentioned.
I am mentioning a matter, Malat. Your Lordship has already directed it to be listed on 23rd. But your Lordship's direction was, Malat, after the list had been issued. So if it can come on Friday or Thursday or something, Malat, your Lordship already directed.
Circulate emails, I'll see it.
Yes, Mr. Huda.
With your Lordship's most gracious permission, my Lord, I mentioned, my Lord, I sent the email twice, my Lord. My Lord, maybe listen for tomorrow.
Already passed order. He says the orders.
My orders has not come to the registry, my Lord. There's some technical.
Your Lordship may. I pass it in his presence.
Your Lordship may
May
keep it for
mention
tomorrow.
matter, my lords, which I had mentioned on the
I'm
8th
seeking
of
time, my lord. I'm seeking
July, my
time
lords.
to file a written note in the child marriage matter. Your lordships gave us time. Way forward, we want to file in 2 weeks, my lords.
Not
Would-
2 weeks.
My lords, for way forward, it was not in the affidavit. Give us 10 days at least, my lords.
Right. By next weekend.
Next week, next Friday, we'll file.
My lord,
connected matters already on board.
8th of July, my lords, your lordships were directed to be listed on the 15th. It was not listed then. I mentioned it at least 3 times, my lords. It was listed on 22nd.
What is the matter about?
My lords, it's a Section 8 petition which was allowed by the trial court. The High Court has set it aside, my lords. Now they're insisting on us to file a written statement.
Thursday. I've already issued directions in your.
My lords, the dates have come. We've even asked for not the date to be deleted. It again gets deleted, my lords.
Come up on Wednesday or Thursday. What can I?
Please, my lords,
My lord, this is the connected matter is already on board today. It's the matter relating to the Kanwar Yatra.
Well,
The Kanwar Yatra and
just directed that all matters. There are 2 matters. They are going before.
I'm
CJI.
obliged. I'm obliged.
Before sitting,
I'm very obliged.
One, my lord. Lordship's permission, I'm mentioning the thing, my lord. Lordship last date of hearing, my lord. Lordship has to pass city and state-wise marks, my lord.
Who are you appearing for?
In that,
It's a partner. Are you on your legs? Who's on his legs right now?
only one thing I
Allow the lawyer who's on his legs to argue. Don't just jump. Otherwise, 20 lawyers will jump. Let there be some order. Mr. Huda is in charge. He will continue arguing.
my marks are changing, my lord.
That's all right. The mark may change. Anything may happen, but we will follow our own
Please,
order here.
please, my lord.
When your turn comes, you can
Please.
point out everything. Not like this.
Lord, may it please your lordships. Lord, at the outset, I just need 15 minutes, my lord, and they may not respond to my every point I raise or every sentence. Just 15 minutes so that I first sum up and, my lord, then
Before my friend proceed, allow me to intervene for 10 minutes. That will have a different course of direction.
Don't intervene right now. Let him argue.
All right, please.
May it please your lordship. Lord, I was saying just 15 minutes, the Union of India may not respond sentence-wise, point-wise. Just give me 15 minutes so that I first wrap it up quickly, my lord. Now, my lord, in deference to my lord's direction, they have published the result. In the order, my lord said that the roll number may be edited, may be concealed, masked. Rest entire data should be given. They have not given all India rank of all the students. My lord, all India rank would not have disclosed identity, 1. 2, they have not given the seriatim because, my lord, of the examination center. We would have been able to find out from one room how many plus 700, how many.
They've given center-wise and
They have given
city-wise.
center-wise, city-wise. They have not given, because that was a seriatim is missing. I'm not making fuss on it. I'm just bringing it to my lord's kind notice that they have withheld all India rank and they have withheld serial number of the examination center. They have given 5,000 PDFs in the name of data declaring result. Anyhow, my lord, we have tried to analyze it. What I find, my lord, the last point, my lord, when I demonstrated before this honorable court that the question paper was being ferried in an e-rickshaw, there was an objection taken that it was only OMR and not the question paper. This was the response. I verified it, my lord. There is a testing booklet which each student get in the examination hall.
Question paper was buried in an e-rickshaw, no doubt about it. That photograph,
Yes.
according to them, is not of the question paper, but of the OMR sheet. But the fact that the question paper was ferried in the e-rickshaw is also is an established fact, no difference.
Milord, because there
At
is,
one center.
correct.
But the photograph which was claimed to be a photograph of the test
That's right.
paper is not of the test paper, but that's a little nuance, that's all.
Milord, the only thing I want to point out, this e-rickshaw, because as per the news item, and there is an arrest of the principal of this Oasis school, the investigation.
Buddha, let's not go into this.
That's right. I'm not going into, Milord, I'm just tying up.
We will deal with when we look at what steps should be taken for the future.
Correct.
Let's now concentrate on the heart of the matter.
Perfect.
We have given you an opportunity to.
I'm so grateful, Milord, and we have been
tell us
able to.
what emerges from the center-wise
Correct.
and the
That's
city-wise data. that
Yes,
you have
Milord. I'm straight away coming to that.
Yes.
Milord, basically, I have basically now threefold submissions.
Have you prepared a note or something which will?
Milord, we have submitted a second supplementary note.
That's on the basis of the data, right?
That's on the basis of data and my subsequent points.
Well, let's just.
But
go
Milord,
through it.
allow me, Milord, without referring to that note, Milord, allow me to sum it up first. In two parts. One is the leak part, and the other is the dominant argument, Milord, even more dominant than the leak part, which they say is a breach, is that their manner of conducting the entire examination is so brittle that it does not inspire confidence at all. At every stage, there is a breach, and there is a possibility of breach. That is the second limb of my argument. But summing up on my first limb, that it is a case of a paper leak. I just say, Milord, they admit paper leak. They admit the dissemination happened on WhatsApp. I'm just going by their admission. Now the Bihar police material collected report is before this honorable court. I'm sure 161 statement which we have placed on record are the same, which indicate Bihar police's case, because any police recording 161 statement and indicating that the paper was sold and the students were made to learn those answers was 4th of May, not 5th of May. So this is what the Bihar police investigation, which I'm banking upon to say that leak is not happening on 5th of May morning as is being suggested. But the leak is happening prior to the deposit of question papers with the respective banks.
Yes.
So my submission is leak is prior to going the question paper before to the bank, that is 3rd or prior to 3rd. And their suggestion that it happened on 5th morning is hard to believe and contrary to the investigation report of Bihar police. And lastly, this is the handiwork of a gang which has been indulging into paper leak even previously. This Sanjeev Mukhia and the other gangs which have not even been arrested despite all this thing. So it is not some peon went into the question paper room and sneaked one paper out or had a click and it was a locally done for 4, 5, 10 students. No, handiwork of a gang. My lord, specific order to the Bihar police was placed before us, all material collected, meaning thereby all statements, all recovery of documents, case diary, and then the report.
Amit Anand, my lord, is a middleman. Just to give the context so that your lordships can read the paper, my lord, read the statement in the context. But please see 133 at the bottom, some 10th line. उसे आप परीक्षा में पास करा दीजिए. Your lordship gets, my lord?
Yeah.
He was collecting the students on the night of 4th so that he gets the papers on 5th, which is coming in Nitish Kumar's statement. Nitish Kumar was at the place where he received the paper in the morning and students were asked to memorize. 134 is Nitish.
Just see page 88, which is
88,
Amit Anand's first statement.
88 minutes?
88.
Yes, ma'am.
And then see page 89, about the last 10-15 lines, is beach. Got that? Isi beach. 89, about say 12 lines on the bottom.
Yes, ma'am.
Isi beach, last 3 words in that sentence, on that line. Isi beach, नीट का परीक्षा आ गया था. सिकंदर स्वयंसो बताया कि चारों लड़कों को कब बुलाएं.
Possibly, this is the FIR, not the statement.
Right. तो मैंने बताया
संक्षिप्त वर्तमान अपराध की विस्तृत विवरण.
statement. This is Amit Anand's statement.
Amit Anand, yes, your lord.
तो मैंने बताया कि 4-5 के रात्रि में बुलाइए.
Yes,
यहाँ पर सिकंदर के द्वारा सभी चारों लड़कों को नीट परीक्षा का प्रश्न पत्र लीक करवाकर सभी बच्चों को उत्तर के साथ पढ़वाया एवं रटवाया जा रहा है.
रात्रि में बुलाइए, नहीं, रात्रि में बुलाइए, कॉल देम. इसी बीच नीट का परीक्षा आ गया था. सिकंदर यादवेंद्र द्वारा बताया गया कि चारों लड़का को कल बुलाए, तो मैंने बताया कि 4-5-24 की रात्रि में बुलाइए, जहां पर सिकंदर यादवेंद्र के द्वारा सभी चारों लड़कों को नीट परीक्षा का प्रश्न पत्र लीक करवाकर सभी बच्चों को उत्तर के साथ पढ़वाया एवं रटवाया जा रहा था.
This indicates that the students were being asked to memorize on the night of the 4th, which means that the leak had occurred prior to the 4th.
No, would your lordship?
And now just see page 92. Just see page 92.
Yes.
This is the statement of Nitish Kumar.
The Nitish Kumar statement, my lord, at page 134 may kindly be seen.
So we just see page 92. This is the first statement.
Yes, my lords.
बीच में
Yes.
बातचीत के क्रम में
somewhere बातचीत, yes. सो बताया गया कि मेरे पास भी लड़का है जिसे आप परीक्षा में पास करा दीजिए, तो नीट की तैयारी कर रहे हैं, उसके बदले में तथा अमित आनंद बताएं कि 30 रुपया लगेगा. सिकंदर तैयार हो गए, बताया कि 4 लड़का हम आप देंगे. नीट परीक्षा से एक दिन पूर्व के संध्या में मैं चिंटू एवं पिंटू मतलब दो आर द एक्यूज तथा आशुतोष मिलकर लर्नेड प्ले स्कूल में नीट की परीक्षा के लिए आए अभ्यर्थियों को नीट का प्रश्न उत्तर सहित रटवाने लगा। प्रश्न पत्र चिंटू के मोबाइल नंबर सो एंड सो पर आया था, जिसे अभ्यर्थियों को उत्तर सहित रटवाया दिया गया था तथा परीक्षा समाप्ति के बाद काम हो जाने पर मैं सो एंड सो के लीक प्रश्न पत्र को के छत पर पानी टंकी के बगल में साक्ष्य मिटाने हेतु आग लगा दिया। इस परीक्षा में मेरे पास कुल 13 अभ्यर्थी थे, जिसे मैंने नीट का प्रश्न पत्र उत्तर सहित रटवाया था। नाउ प्लीज सी माय लॉर्ड 132 134 नीतीश कुमार, जो अंदर गया था वो कौन था? Your lordships can come to page 134, 7 lines from the bottom. उसके बाद दिनांक 4-5, your lordship gets page 134. I can read the whole, but it may not assist either way for this particular purpose of date, my lord. But does your lordship get the date? उसके बाद दिनांक 4-5 को रात्रि में अमित आनंद द्वारा सेटिंग किए गए 6 लड़के जो अमित ने मुझे नई बाईपास अपने कार से लाकर दे दिए थे, सिकंदर प्रसाद यादवेंद्र के 4 लड़के तथा अमित आनंद के 2 लड़के को लर्न बॉय हॉस्टल एवं लर्न बॉय स्कूल जो रामाकृष्ण नगर में है पर लेकर गया। वहां सभी लड़कों को चिंटू उर्फ बलदेव कुमार पिता सोएंसो गांव सोएंसो एवं सोएंसो को हैंडओवर कर दिए। इनसे इनकी बात सोएंसो के मोबाइल नंबर सोएंसो पर होती रही। यह हॉस्टल एवं स्कूल आशुतोष कुमार द्वारा किराए पर लिया हुआ है। आशुतोष कुमार इज द ओनर ऑफ दैट पर्टिकुलर प्रीमाइसेस वेयर दिस हैपेंड, जिसने इनका संपर्क सोएंसो के माध्यम से इसी काम से लिए हुआ था ना। नाउ रीड दिस, जिसे चिंटू उर्फ सोएंसो ने एक दिन के लिए सेट किया था और आशुतोष कुमार से मोटे रकम में हिस्सेदारी की बात की थी। दिनांक 5/5 को चिंटू के मोबाइल के व्हाट्सएप पर
statements 88 and 132 are at variance.
At variance.
88, he says that the leak had taken place on the night of the 4th, when the question paper was given to these candidates for memorization. 132, he says that it was received on the mobile of Chintu in the morning on the 5th, and then was given for to the students. Rata lagane ke liye diya tha. So Amit Anand's 2 statements are a little at variance.
Amit Anand's first
and
statement.
Nitish is also at variance, but Nitish's first statement is also 4th night. Like,
but not
all first statements seem to indicate that the leak takes place on the night of the 4th.
But I must tell you, Lordships, on the
question is, how was this confined to learned boys high school, was it confined to Hazaribagh?
I'll answer that, my lord, when my turn comes.
That's what worrying us.
But, my lord, kindly appreciate this.
Solicitor, because the line which we are following of inquiry is, if the leak has taken place on the night of the 4th, then obviously the leak has not taken, it wouldn't take place from the strong room of SBI or Canara Bank. Nobody can access the strong room. Then obviously the leak took place not in the process of the papers being transferred to the examination center, but it takes place at a prior point of time, prior to the storage in the vault.
Which we have examined and found to be every thing to be intact, I'll be able to show. But please see, my lord, statement of Chintu at page 236.
Two of the problem solvers are at least 7. All problem solvers are students. None of them is a professor. Nobody is of that level of an expert. They're all students.
I was told that for this work, professors, the students are better qualified because they have recently prepared everything. They have the computer with them. They have books with them.
They are from AIMS Patna. One is from Ranchi, and 2 are brought from Rajasthan.
Yes. Now, what is done is
brought from Rajasthan.
That is, my lord, under investigation, my lord, because maybe there is some personal linkage or something. But what they did was they bifurcated the papers. So each got 25 to 30 questions each. And they had 1 hour. 25 to 30 questions with a reasonable knowledge and with help of computer and books, you can always solve.
Now what we do, Mr.
And we have also, my lord, kindly bear one factor in mind. We have done an exercise after the last hearing as to what is the success rate in this particular center, this particular city and overall state. And we compared it with 22 and 23. There is no abnormality. Even in this, which I'll be able to show. And my lord, kindly 236, my lord, page.
You can now show us the
page 236, the last.
Yeah, then we have complete.
My lord, 236.
This is Chintu's.
Yes, Chintu Baldev Kumar, my lord, at the last, my lord, para. Dinank 5/5.
Is there an earlier statement of Chintu also?
Chintu? No. No, he was arrested only on that day by the EOI. He was not arrested by the local police. So there is only one statement. We must be having our statement. We have our statement recorded after.
So Mehta, come to page 229.
229 minutes.
Statement of Chintu.
This is also a statement of Chintu.
The same statement minutes.
Is it in continuation?
Is it?
This.
But it's the same statement. I don't know why they have repeated.
It
But
ends at 232.
yes, my lord. And if your lordship sees, my lord, page 231.
Read the second paragraph.
No, 231, my lords?
Yes.
Yes. My lord, the same is I was showing at 236. So it appears to be a repetition. But I'll read, my lord, from 231, my lord, as your lordships have seen. दिनांक 5/5/24 को 9 बजे प्रातः तक करीब 24-25 नीट यूजी 2000 परीक्षा देने वाले अभ्यर्थी वहां पर जमा हो गए थे। मैं पीने वाला पानी का बोतल भी वहां गाड़ी से पहुंचाया था। दिन के करीब 10 बजे रॉकी ने मेरे पास मौजूद नए मोबाइल पर सॉल्व किया हुआ प्रश्न पत्र भेजा। मामा संजीव एवं रॉकी के गिरोह के एक लड़के ने मुझे वाईफाई प्रिंटर दिया था, जिसे नीतीश कुमार द्वारा लर्न प्ले स्कूल छपरा के रूम में सेट किया गया था। सो द्वारा भी एक वाईफाई प्रिंटर दिया गया था। सबसे पहले सो का सॉल्व किया हुआ प्रश्न पत्र मिला, जिसे हमें लोगों ने मोबाइल को वाईफाई प्रिंटर से कनेक्ट कर सॉल्व कर दिया। एज एंड व्हेन दे स्टार्टेड solving the papers, they started giving. It was not given in one go. First was biology. कनेक्ट कर सॉल्व किया हुआ प्रश्न पत्र का प्रिंट निकाला और उपस्थित सभी अभ्यर्थी को सॉल्व किया हुआ प्रश्न पत्र का प्रिंट रटने के लिए दिया गया। इसके बाद फिजिक्स और केमिस्ट्री का सॉल्व किया हुआ प्रश्न पत्र एक साथ मिला।
You can show.
Highest tenderer becomes open. That he is the printer. Whoever is the highest tenderer becomes the printer.
From CBI's third report, we find out the name of one place where the printing press was situated, where it says 28/4, 28th April, it had left that printing.
If your lordships, I'll take your lordship through the journey of the papers from the printing press till the school, and what are the checks and balances on real-time basis, that there is some tampering, it would be noticed somewhere. That I'll be able to show.
Let me very briefly capture that. 24th of April, they say that the dispatch happens to different centers. So far as Hazaribagh is concerned, 28th of April. Everywhere, the question paper was to reach the respective banks on 3rd of May. And 5th of May is the examination. So the question paper remained in private hands for fairly long time. From 24th of April till 3rd of May. I leave it there, Lord. They say that from everywhere, the center in charge will go to the bank in the morning. Lord, I'm showing the mechanism and how brittle and fragile the mechanism is, that the entire mechanism which they have followed.
Wait, just give us the facts.
Yes.
Give us the-
Now, in the morning, they say 8:15, the center in charge of the examination will reach the bank to collect the paper. What has actually happened, which is the documents on record, taking example of Dayal School, Bahadurgarh, Jhajjar, Hardayal School, Bahadurgarh, Jhajjar, the principal of the center goes to both the banks, collect papers from both the banks, distributes the paper taken from Canara Bank. Paper taken from Canara Bank is allowed to be attempted for all 3 hours and 20 minutes. And then they say that we over and above, because on 4th of April, they did not declare any other key except the key for SBI bank question paper. When it appeared that from this Hardayal School Jhajjar, there are 6 candidates who get number 1, 100% marks, 720 out of 720. 2 candidates get 719 and 718. So it came out that how come from this center 8 people comes within first 69 and this number is not possible. NTA came out with a theory that no, we have given a grace marks because there is a delay. I have seen the video of the principal of this Hardayal school, which says, and it is openable even now, which says that there was no delay in this center. In fact, we distributed Canara Bank paper when it was already half an hour.
The correct set was to be the SBI paper.
Correct. That's right. That's right.
Everywhere.
And they declared entire country.
It's not everywhere.
Entire country, Lord.
Entire country was SBI. Yes,
Yeah.
your lordship, sir.
Of course, different configurations, as Brother Mishra said, because the questions will be jumbled up.
Even in the one classroom,
Yeah. Obviously.
in
That
one classroom also,
sitting next to each other can't know which is the order. of
which is the
question.
order. One of the things which is going on in the social media is that 2 numbers sitting with each other, both got 600 marks. How is it possible? But both would have, the system is that both sitting in front and back and both sitting on the sides They have different
They
number.
not have the same order of
They,
questions.
they don't have. My question number 1 would be his question number
Do
18.
that in the judicial.
So we can't even do that. Orthodox way of cheating also is not
Let me
possible.
place the hard facts to it, how they have done it. So Hardayal school, admittedly, they distributed Canara Bank. The Canara Bank question paper was attempted by all the about 500 people in the center.
How long?
For till 5:20 is the last time.
Oh.
There's no delay. The principal is on record of the school and they say,
So it's not that in the middle of the exam they
no,
substitute the SBI.
look, that happened Savai Madhopur. I'll come to that. Hardayal school, Canara Bank paper was given. In the first instance, when Canara Bank paper was not to be the paper to be attempted, how come it was even given to them? What is the SOP? How meticulously they followed it, what they say is. And the principal got question paper from both the banks and both banks gave it.
Once again, Mr. Solicitor, just since little bit of query on the procedural, one set is lodged with Can Bank, one is with SBI. Now, the center in charge on the morning of the exam goes to both the banks and takes the
No.
question. Then what
The
happens?
city in charge is informed
Right.
that this is the bank from where you will have to collect the
When
papers.
is he inform the day of the exam?
In the morning at 7 o'clock.
So the city in charge will inform all the centers in charge in the morning that you have to go to this particular
This
branch.
particular center.
Now, how did this chap at Jhajjar
Badurgarh.
go and collect it from Canara Bank when he must have been told that you have to go to the SBI to collect the paper.
No, that may be a mistake or something. Or deliberate, but paper was,
Now, Jhajjar, we just wanted to some clarity on Jhajjar. So he collects the paper from the Canara Bank.
correct, my lord.
Students write throughout the 3 hours and 20 minutes, they write the Canara Bank sets of questions, right? Now, thereafter, what happens in Jhajjar? Everybody is given grace mark, or what happens in Jhajjar?
Look, what they say is because they never disclose key for Canara Bank paper.
1 second, let's have clarity. We just ask questions.
Yeah, my lord, my learned friend can.
Let's,
Just 1 second, man. He has his instructions. Let's get the official version first. About Jhajjar,
Yes, minutes.
what happened exactly in Jhajjar?
It's, Jhajjar was a new center. Your lordships are aware the number of candidates have increased. As a result whereof we have 2 minutes increase the number of centers also and city coordinators also. This place was added for the first time in 2024 as an examination center. Perhaps the city coordinator must not have seen the message that you have to pick it up from this place. As a result whereof this happened to be picked up from both the places.
But are the banks not informed that, look, don't release the Can Bank paper to anybody, release only the State Bank of India paper? Because the vault in charge has to be informed कि आपको paper surrender करना है आज, आपको distribute करना है.
Authorization is given,
Because the NTA would inform the city in charge.
Yes.
City in charge will relay the message to the center in charge.
Yes.
But will a message not go to the bank also that, all right, कैन बैंक का आपको अपने लॉकर में ही रखना है, स्टेट बैंक ऑफ इंडिया का जो पेपर है वो आपको डिस्ट्रीब्यूट करना है.
It goes to the bank. We also committed. It goes to
Definitely go to the bank also. So how did this bloke at Jhajjar, the center in charge, how did he go to Canara Bank and retrieve the Canara Bank paper?
That is a mistake on their part, minutes.
Who's Canara Bank's mistake?
Both minutes at both places, city coordinator.
So
as well as-
anyway, so the Jhajjar in charge gets the center in charge gets the Canara Bank paper.
Yes, minutes.
That is distributed to the candidates, and the candidates write the entire exam for 3 hours, 20 minutes on the Can Bank paper.
Lordship. And let's, this is at 8 centers. The number of such candidates who got Canara Bank paper is 3,307. And their let's sequence is MNOP. And we have used the
So at Jhajjar, how many there are 8 centers?
8 centers.
And everywhere they.
All over India, let's.
all over India, not.
All over India, it has happened at 8 centers.
All over India.
All over India. Some places, minutes like Chhattisgarh, your lordships came to know.
With the wrong question paper.
Yes, minutes. Not confined to
Question
Jhajjar.
papers, my lord, are of the same difficulty level. It's not as if one is simpler and another.
At 8 centers, the wrong booklet was distributed.
Yes, minutes.
Which was the Can Bank booklet.
Yes, minutes. Only two booklets are available, minutes. There is the third booklet.
Then what happened in Jhajjar? Then the students wrote the whole of the paper for
Yes,
3 hours, 20 minutes of
Yes,
Jhajjar.
because of the situation, minutes that it could not be discovered by them that we have distributed a wrong paper. It came to the knowledge much later, as a result whereof it was considered
Then
more
what happened?
appropriate.
Then what happened?
It was considered more appropriate to allow them to attempt this question paper only.
First they gave
But
grace
one
mark.
second, we are just understanding what happened. So the students are allowed, they appeared for the entire examination in the.
Yes, it's on the basis of Canara Bank question paper.
Then?
And the let's difficulty level of this question, both the papers, minutes, because anyone can be distributed, are modulated by the experts to be of the same level.
Now, where was the occasion to give totally how many students at these 8 centers?
8 centers, total number of students is 3,307.
Now, initially NTA takes a decision to award grace marks to those students?
No, minutes. Only after it came to be realized that some places the loss of time was there. Only then the decision was taken.
Loss of time means what?
After realizing, when the complaints are there, students approach the honorable courts also saying that because of wrong distribution of paper, we could not avail the exact number of exact time which is available to the others.
Why? Because students had appeared for the full 3 hours, 20 minutes. It is not as if that the correct paper was circulated midway through the exam. Suppose sometimes what happens is that the incorrect paper is given. Instead of algebra, you give the English paper. By the time the algebra paper comes, half an hour has gone by. Students were never given the SBI paper at these 8 centers. They were given only the Can Bank paper.
At Jhajjar, this happened. At some places, this was withdrawn and correct paper was also given. There are centers where this happened, like in Chhattisgarh.
Now, how many centers was
Just
the,
verify, my lord,
at how many centers was the incorrect question paper withdrawn?
I am appearing for ND also. I am appearing for both.
Kaushik, at how many centers was the incorrect question paper withdrawn?
Withdrawn and correct
Exactly,
paper.
my lord, that's all. My lord, in some centers, even after realizing that instead of Canara, SBI is given or
They continue to write.
they continued to write and 3 hours, 20 minutes time allotted was given. So we are not concerned with that. In some cases,
They withdrew that.
they withdrew it halfway and said that now we are giving you another because
How many centers did that happen?
that figure is, my lord, 1, 3.
I'll come to Savai Madhopur, my lord. That's
This
a-
is an isolation.
Explanation, my lord, still the 13th of the June, my lord, they come up with how these measures of Savai Madhopur, then stand to escalate to 1563 as per their own figure. Lord, I'll come to all that, Lord, if they can respond to.
1563 students were such that we, as per our examination, that the papers were taken back halfway and they were asked to complete the new paper within that 320 minutes.
Lord, where they
Since
attempted
that could
only
not
Canara
happen.
Bank. Lord, halfway, this is a different story. Lord, halfway is a different story. First is the Canara Bank.
At 8 centers, we found that wrong booklet was distributed. Now, at all these 8 centers, the students complete the examination only in the Canara Bank booklet.
Yes, how many?
Canara Bank only millets.
8 centers.
This is,
8 centers, right?
This we will further bifurcate.
Now, tell us, how many centers apart from these 8 was the wrong booklet withdrawn and the correct
Yes,
booklet
please.
given to the
I
students?
will give the correct number of that also.
Yeah, just ask.
We'll bifurcate, yes, millet.
Just you can sit down and ask, no problem.
But if in the meantime, I can.
Just 1 second, let them, we'll also have a little break for 10 seconds.
इसको से निकल रहा है।
But in Jhajjar, when I received the instructions. Jhajjar has 3 centers.
Yes.
In one, the entire Canara paper was attempted and nobody disturbed the students thereafter. In remaining 2, realizing the mistake, the paper was taken back halfway and new paper was given. And therefore, they said that we did not get sufficient time, which was true.
Right. Now, why were the grace marks added then?
Initially, my lord, it was decided, which according to me, my lord, was not a very correct decision, that there is some judgment of your lordships in case of a nals clat, my lord, that if there is a time problem, if the time is less, time available to the student is less, then this is the methodology by which you give the grace marks. That grace marks were given. Thereafter, my lord, that decision was
recalled in a retest was it?
Yes, that was those who did not get the time will get a new paper and new 3 hour 20 minutes.
Now, that retest was held for 1563 students.
Yes.
Now, these 1563 students were drawn from which centers?
Lord, wherever there was a time gap.
Page 19 of
Retest is held, that really now, that really doesn't provide.
There are 2-3 things into it. One,
Grace.
why grace marks to the students who attempted Canara Bank paper? Why grace marks? On 4th of June, they were granted, my lord, on 4th of June, they declared only one key. That is the SBI Bank question paper key. There was no Canara Bank paper key.
So 1 second.
How they evaluated those people without declaring a key?
Now this grace mark was given initially to whom?
Grace mark was given to the center numbers, which we have given the time number also, which is 1.
Was the grace mark given to only those who had to give, who got the SBI paper in the midstream, or what happened?
The grace marks were given only to those persons from whom the paper was initially given, which was withdrawn, and subsequently given the correct paper.
Right.
What happened?
That
to
is
this?
all. In some,
Now, what happened to those students who appeared in the wrong paper, the Can Bank paper?
their marks were given on the basis of the answer key of their sequence paper.
And they were not made to have the request?
No, no.
Because the
It's
level of
actually
difficulty is
Correct.
roughly.
Same.
Fair enough, fair
Same.
enough. Now, so therefore, the grace marks were given only to those whose papers were withdrawn and given the
Yes,
correct, because they couldn't complete the
which
paper.
we counted as 1563.
Which you counted as 153.
Based upon reports of city coordinators and CCTV footage.
No?
Other side, Bahadurgarh Jhajjar.
Yes.
Canara Bank paper. No Canara Bank paper key available till date. After re-examination, all the students were taken in the re-examination. Though there was no delay, admittedly, in distributing question paper.
So all the students at this
Hardyal
Hardyal school have been required to do a re-examination.
And in the re-examination, about 50% of them appeared, 50% of them did not appear.
That's also very spooky. Why do 50% not appear?
That's right. Only 813 out of 1563 in total appeared in the re-examination. That's also data.
The person who didn't appear got their original marks, opted to retain their original marks. That is the.
Now these 1563 are drawn from how many centers?
Lord, this they have not disclosed. They never disclose it, how many centers. They will answer it.
8 centers.
Eight.
Throughout. And as my learned friend rightly pointed out, they were given an option to retain the earlier marks.
And
They
all
didn't
is,
take a
Lord,
chance. That
and
was-
all is being done behind the curtain. Nothing was declared. Every day they have been giving press release, but with regard to this, there is not a single press release.
Things which, if you can ask, if you can just make a note of these 4 points, Mr. Solicitor and Mr. Kaushik.
Yes.
One, how many centers, at how many centers were the Canara Bank papers distributed?
Yes.
At how many centers totally were Canara Bank question booklets distributed? 2. Out of those centers, at how many centers were the correct question booklets replaced?
Yes, miss.
At how many centers were the correct question booklets replaced, namely of the State Bank of India?
Yes, miss.
Third, how many centers totally where the questions which were evaluated were the Canara Bank paper, the Canara Bank booklets?
Yes.
Whether there were any centers which were evaluated on the basis of the Canara Bank
Yeah.
booklet?
Yes.
All right?
Wrong Paper was evaluated.
The paper was evaluated. And fourth, once the Canara Bank papers were evaluated, how did the candidates fare there?
There is the key which they have ever declared till date. Canara Bank.
Why have you not declared the key of the Canara Bank papers?
Yes, Millards.
Fifth.
Yes, Millards.
And finally, I want to know this, that before I formulate the question, suppose you and I go to Canara Bank or to State Bank of India and say, give me the question paper. You will not be given the question paper, right?
Correct.
How does CanBank know that I'm the right person who is authorized to?
Yeah.
So there has to be a letter of authorization,
Correct.
It's identity.
right?
Yes,
Now, who issues the letter of authorization?
yes, Millards.
Letter of authorization is issued by the district in charge.
NT.
Director General NT.
Director General of NTA.
NTA to the city superintendent as well as centers coordinators.
Now, what does a person take to the bank? Suppose I'm the center in charge.
Yes.
Will I have an authorization both for SBI and for CanBank, or I'll have only one authorization?
Yes.
Just ask that.
Yes, Millards.
City coordinator is authorized. I'm sorry. Only city coordinator is authorized, not centers. He
So the
distributes. to
city
the-
coordinator is authorized to go to one of the two banks.
Yes, correct.
Now, therefore, that authorization is given to the city coordinator when? When is that given to him?
In advance. Must be-
But is the authorization given for both the banks or only one bank?
I think should be for
Just
both
ask
banks
this-
logically. For both the banks. Any, from which bank? It is given, authorization is given 3 days prior to the exam
For both the banks?
for both the banks. Then
The
he is
city
informed-
coordinator.
He is informed in the morning that you go to one of these banks and collect.
5 o'clock.
Now, if the city coordinator, suppose city coordinator was told in the morning of the 5th that you have to go to SBI, right? Now, that city coordinator would have all the centers in that city will be under his control, right? Now, did the city coordinator in this case at Jhajjar go to the CanBank and get CanBank papers which were then distributed to all the centers in his jurisdiction, or some centers got SBI and some centers got?
That will have to be.
Millards, he collected both.
Factually will correct.
He collected both. Millards.
He collected both.
He collected both.
How did the city coordinator collect both? I mean, city coordinator at Jhajjar, he should have gone only to SBI,
Only one bank. Millards.
right?
Yes, Millards.
Now, he went to CanBank and he went to SBI both.
Both.
Now, all the centers under him, did he distribute the CanBank question paper?
Let's one center CanBank paper was distributed, which was allowed to be continued. 2 centers, the question paper was distributed CanBank, but it was withdrawn and SBI was given, that resulting in loss of time.
All Can banks distributed, 2 of them realized the mistake,
And
withdrew
Who
Can
did
bank
realize the mistake?
yes,
out of the center coordinator.
No, but the center coordinator will.
Would not normally know, we'll take
Center
the.
superintendents are different. City coordinator is for all the 3 centers.
Right. So at Jhajjar, there were 3 centers.
Yes, Millards.
Right? So he distributed the CanBank paper to all 3?
All 3 initially. And let's in from 2, it was withdrawn and correct question paper was
But
distributed.
then why did he not withdraw it from 1?
That we'll have to, let's ask.
If he realized that he has made a mistake, he would have gone to all the 3 centers and said, look, I better give you the correct center. Why did
Time lapse may be the only reason. It was realized at the other center. By that time, maybe the time gap had gone beyond the reasonable time.
take instructions on that?
Assumptions.
Yes, yes. We will take specific instructions. We'll prepare a note on all these 6 questions, Millards, and
And Millards,
You're right. Authorization will be given in advance. You can't give authorization in the morning. Then he's informed how? He's informed on his phone.
On what the MILITS app, which is created for the purpose of
And
coordination.
who informs him?
There is an
The
NTA app.
Director General NTA will inform everyone across the country.
Yes, through the specific app created for this purpose of
That will be informed at 8 o'clock or so in the morning.
5 o'clock in the morning.
5 o'clock.
There is an
And he
application.
was informed, go to the SBI.
Yes, please.
He went to both.
Yes.
But is CanBank not informed that, look, your paper now don't distribute? Director General NTA would be informing the CanBank that, look, your paper is not to be distributed. And he would inform SBI that only your paper is to be distributed, right?
Message goes to both the custodian as well as the city coordinator.
Then how did
Where the
CanBank
lapse has
distribute? Then
taken-
how did CanBank distribute it?
Where the lapse has taken place, we'll find out minutes and.
There appears to be a lapse.
Right.
Yes, that lapse is there.
Lord, there is another blunder. Hardyal School, in the first instance, despite the Canara Bank paper was given, allowed to be attempted, they gave grace marks to the students who appeared in the Hardyal School. And because of grace marks, 2 of the 8 students who came in the first
So,
topper.
Hardyal School, where the CanBank paper was distributed,
Yes.
students were given grace
They gave grace marks.
Why?
And the evidence of grace marks is, out of the 2 students in the first 8 from the Hardyal School, they got 718 and 719 marks. When we questioned that how come anybody get this marks, they say it is because of grace marks. Otherwise, it's not possible.
So grace marks were given in Hardyal School.
Even for Hardyal School, because on 4th of June, there was only 1 key.
So grace marks were given totally for 1563 students, right?
That's right. For all students, Lord, I believe.
No, not schools.
Thereafter, all these students were put in a re-examination. How, if Canara Bank paper was given and it was to be evaluated, where is the question of first giving them grace marks and then withdrawing the grace marks and putting them to again a retest?
It was a mistake which was corrected and retest. Now
Lord,
it's.
how they give a
let's
grace
argue
marks to
for
Canara
retest
Bank
of the entire country
students?
based
Let
on
them answer
two
that.
instances.
Why did you give grace marks to the Canara Bank students?
No, it was not given to the.
Whenever they were,
1 second.
whenever Canara
Who
paper
got
was,
the grace mark? Which body of students got the grace marks?
wherever Canara Bank's paper, the wrong paper, I'll use it, wrong paper, was initially given, taken back, and the new paper was given,
Grace marks.
resulting into the time not being available, grace marks were
So,
given.
do we understand you right? That grace marks were not given to those students who had appeared for the Canara Bank booklet, but who had completed the entire booklet.
Yes,
Yes.
yes.
They were not given.
No, not yet.
So grace marks were given to only those students to whom a wrong booklet was given and it was withdrawn. Is that right? Is that clarity?
Yes.
Lord, I will falsify the stand just now. Their response to my note at page 19, they have reproduced a table where grace marks have been given. In that table, the center 230701 Haryana Jhajjar Hardyal School, they say their grace marks have been given. Please check it. This is what they have filed before this honorable court.
And 287. Also.
And 280 on Hardyal School itself,
My lord,
they have
only-
made 4 statements.
only a
with
minute,
regard-
only a
let me-
minute.
Let me show, my lord.
Only
Just
a minute. Lord, my learned friend is arguing that the entire country's examination is vitiated and therefore there should be a retest. My lord, giving examples of some mistakes
No,
here or
that's a
there.
systemic failure, my lord.
4,570 may not, my lord, serve his purpose of assisting the court.
I'm saying there is a systemic failure and I'm sequentially demonstrate that how the system
come out
was so
of Jhajjar
brittle
yet. You
and
come out
fragile,
Jhajjar,
and
then
which
Haryana,
was
then go to
tweaked
India.
at the whims and fancies of these invigilators and city center operators who are private individuals, got nothing to do with the government. With regard to Jhajjar, I'm just closing Jhajjar. I want to say, in the first response, they said, Hardyal School, Canara paper was given. They attempted Canara paper. They evaluated Canara paper. No grace marks were given. This is their stand just now. They have changed it right now. With regard to the other 2 centers, they say there was a loss of time and that is why grace marks were given. Just now they said it. Now they have again said it with regard to those 2 centers. No grace marks were given. Extra time was given then and there. who took the decision, my lords, have rightly asked the question. Now, with regard to Hardyal school, just two fact I want to bring to my lords' notice. A student who got 719 marks in Hardyal school with grace marks, they were given re-examination along with this 1563. The same student had, earlier the rank was 68 with 719 marks out of 720. Now the rank is 58,413. With regard to the student who got 718 in the same Hardyal school, where the rank was 69, after re-examination, the rank is 38,497. Now they do not know whether Canara Bank was given or initially SBI was given. On 4th of June, they declare one result, that is SBI result. There is no separate key. They did not even disclose on 4th of June that there was loss of time. And that loss of time we have compensated with grace marks. This they had to come out with only when they were confronted with 719 marks and 718 marks, because this is not numerically possible with the number of marks and negative marking. Then they said, now in the entire country, what they do is, this NTA has collected about 400 crore rupees from the students. Thereafter, I give example of Seeker now, which is data-wise very important. Seeker has 49 centers in all. Out of 49 center, only one center is this Kendriya Vidyalaya. Rest 48 centers are all private schools, self-financed private schools. All their city coordinator, invigilators, superintendent are all private individuals whom NTA issue checks of 2,000 rupees a day or 2,500 or 1,500 rupees. Now, because this Honorable Court is kind enough to allow me to argue this case, because so many people have come to assist me. They've shown me photographs of the school, private school in a village where this exam is being conducted. It doesn't even have a boundary wall. Now, I have not gone through their entire process. I will not call it as a SOP. Now, that indicates that at 5:20, the paper is collected by the invigilator. And the OMR sheet is taken. OMR sheet is taken. Now, what is the time when this OMR sheet is to be sealed? It's nowhere prescribed. It remains in the center. We have spoken even to the center vigilators. 2-3 hours, it keep lying in every center with the center superintendent. And then they have to deposit it somewhere where all the OMR sheets are collected. Like for Seeker, there is one place where OMR sheets are ultimately collected in one center. There is no procedure NTA prescribed that 5:20 this OMR sheet is collected. Then 5:30 it should be sealed in the presence of the students. Because they have trained these invigilators across the country.
Then what time do they get deposited with the centralized deposit?
There is no time given, my lord. Let them file a specific affidavit if they have ever in black and white.
How soon after the examination concludes at 5:30?
Lord, it is
the sealing process taking place?
Lord, they say that it is 8:30 to 9 o'clock. Ultimately, it gets deposited with the city center.
But before
what
that,
time
when
is
does
the
sealing takes place?
Lord, this I could not find in their entire SOP. I have placed it before this honorable.
That's the point.
So, Lord, I would say I will show the data.
Now, Mr. Huda, please go to
Lord,
the data.
I'm coming to the data, Lord.
Please come to it.
Yes. Now, Lord, after analyzing the data, what we find, there are certain centers which are doing exceedingly well. It's not the students, that the centers are doing exceedingly well. Like Lord, Kota and Seeker both have almost equal number of students appearing. Mismatch also.
Yes.
Look, the data I wanted to show after giving this background, that after 520, there is a lot of time and leeway.
Got your point. You did not.
And because quota and seeker had equal number of students appearing, if we calculate first top centers in the country, getting students having more than 650 rank, marks, then 38 center out of 49 center are only from seeker.
Student getting over 650 marks.
That's right.
38?
38 out of 50.
What is 50?
50 top centers in the entire country.
Where's more than 650 marks?
That's right. If 650 is taken as a cutoff and we evaluate that what are the top 50 center in the country.
Where even one student gets more than 650.
That's right. So all students put together getting more than 650 are from seeker out of
38 out of 50
correct,
are from
seeker. Seeker alone. 38 centers. And 6 centers adjoining to Rajasthan, which falls in Haryana. That's a Mahendragarh, Bhiwani. Rewari, Mahendragarh, Bhiwani. And now, may kindly see this. There are two factors.
Yeah, what I've taken down is that quota and seeker centers had broadly equal number of students appearing. Students getting more than 650 marks.
Yes, let me straight away show those charts.
38 out of 50 are from seeker alone, 6 in Mahendragarh, Rewari and Bihar.
Correct, Lord.
Now show us the chart.
Yes, Lord. Lord, may kindly permit me to refer to my second supplementary note.
Which you have just given today, no?
Yes, Lord, which was filed, Lord.
Page?
Lord, first annexure, page 13 is their SOP, which I said that there is no time given for sealing after OMR is collected. Then, Lord, the data of top 50 centers, Lord, that is page 101, annexure C. But before that, Lord, allow me to show one more chart at page 100 for a moment, Lord. This again, they have to answer it, Lord, if they can answer it post lunch. The difference in the data declared on 4th of June and 20th of July, page 100, Lord, may kindly see this table. Lord, just see Bihar.
Just one second.
Page 100, Lord. That's right. Mismatch in the result published on 4th of June 2014 and 20th of July 2024. 4th of June 24 and 20th of July 24.
Yes.
Just see Bihar at serial number 4. As per 4th of June, registered were 1,54,000, appeared 1,49,000 something, qualified 74,743. Now the data on 20th of July. Appeared student 1,36,000. The difference is 13,000.
Right.
And Lord, this difference is appearing almost everywhere. And we will respond to that after they respond to it.
4th of June and 20th July, the number of students comes down.
Correct.
Appeared students.
That's right. Lord, Rajasthan, Lord, may kindly see specifically Rajasthan also for this.
There is something plus also like Tamil Nadu. There.
Yes.
Rajasthan is plus 18,000.
Yes. Now, my Lord, what happens? My Lord, let me explain it. Let me, my Lord, explain it for a moment. What happens is, in their system, if I am a resident of Rohtak, Haryana, If I fill up an address of Tamil Nadu, I want to go to Sikar. I can simply fill up my address, some address of Sikar, and they will treat me as a student of Sikar. And I will get a center somewhere in Sikar. People have gone from Godhra, Gujarat to Karnataka, Belgaum. One incident is a girl who got 705 marks on 4th of June. She got failed in 12th class and she's getting 31 out of 100 chemistry and so on and so forth. People have traveled from Odisha, Karnataka to Godhra. And Lord, with regard to this, one professor wrote an email which I have placed on record a month before, that this is a scam happening.
How many students had, would we know what their original place is? and
Lord,
what's the center?
what happens is they do not connect it with Aadhaar card or any proof of residence. They open their system. They say you fill up the address of your residence, whatever you feel like, and we will treat it to be your residence address, and we will allocate you center as per the address you give it here. Absolutely no system in place to verify that.
So, are you contending, suppose I'm a student, I'm ordinarily residing in Delhi. When I fill up my form online, I can choose a center, say in Sikar, or I can fill out a center in somewhere in Tamil Nadu or Kerala. Any?
Lord, I am free to give whatever address I want.
Showing us by showing some residence over there.
Not even showing, filling it up. Just I need to type it.
At
And
what point of time do they verify whether you are actually a resident of that?
at no stage, my Lord, may kindly note it.
A student can choose a center in any part of the country.
Any part of the country.
And you don't have to submit any document?
Absolutely no proof, my Lord. And there is an email, if I can straight away invite some Lord kind attention to that email for a moment. Professor email.
It's not a change of center, but choice of center.
Choice of page 190. Page 190 of my Lord, this my Lord may kindly permit me to.
Writing an email that there is a scam.
No.
All right, so Mr. Solicitor, just tell us this later on when your turn comes. Argument is that a student can choose a center of their liking anywhere in the country by saying, I reside there.
Yes, sir.
Does the student at any point of time of the registration process have to produce any documentary material to indicate that they are residents of that place?
I'll answer that. But when I give the figures of seeker, he's taking on seeker, I'll be able to justify the success rate has gone down, but we'll be able to show that. Let me come to my place. I can't go by.
How does it work when a center is sought by a student? Student applies for a center or city when you submit an application for it?
City.
Now,
Center
when
is
a
not.
student applies for a city, does NTA require the student to upload any document?
Just followed inquire and Malod.
Absolutely.
Or does that student just choose a city anywhere in the country?
Correct.
Let them verify.
Correct. Lord, I just want to point out an email, like Lord would remember, Kaka College had written them with regard to Godhra a month earlier. In there, they did not act on it. In their reply, they say now they have marked this college Kaka email to some competent authority to look into it. Now, with regard to this, allow me, Lord, to refer to this email at page 190.
Shows the data. We passed that already before yesterday.
Yes, yes, my Lord, I'm coming back. My Lord, I'm already on the tables, my Lord. My Lord, I'm already on the tables. My Lord, my Lord, may kindly see. Yes. My Lord, I was page 100. My Lord, I'm showing this data. I was at page 100 to demonstrate.
Ultimately, up to now, we have dealt with Hazaribagh, we have dealt with Patna, we have dealt with,
this all will demonstrate.
No, my Lord, give me some time.
Submission is-
My friend has taken a long, I have no quarrel. I have to attend some other matter. I'll be grateful. I will only take 10 minutes. That I am 10 minutes. My Lord, my Lord, if you go by seniority, I am 66, I am senior. But we have followed a different rule. I have no quarrel.
No.
I have no quarrel.
Every standard, Mr.
No, Mr. Tushar Mehta, you're only 59. Junior to me in bar and age. Yes. Please don't insult seniors. But my Lord, I only take 10 minutes.
Second, any group matter, one person leads.
No, my Lord, I only take 10 minutes, my Lord.
We are also.
No, because I believe that he is.
Second, Mr. Nedumbara, it would be wrong to say that he has taken time. We are also.
No, I am not blaming anybody, my lord.
Argument will
I am
not
only
take
requesting
nobody.
10 minutes to be given to me.
Takes time.
Then, my lord, relieve me. That's all. 10 minutes to me.
Certainly.
10 minutes to me, my lord, if I can, before lunch, my lord, I have another matter to me. I'm taking adjournment after adjournment in Madras High Court. I want to appear online.
All right.
So 10 minutes.
I was page 100, the table, just to demonstrate the mismatch. And this is for them to explain that how the number of candidates who appeared in a particular state has gone down from the result declared on 4th of June to the result declared on 20th of July. Then, my lord, at page 101, annexure C is the list of top 50 centers, which indicates, my lord, that how these centers are concentrated in seeker.
Result of heart. This is very important. Just
Ye-
one second.
yes.
Let's go closely on this. Yes.
Lord, I have given the center code, number of student appeared, how many students above 700, then the percentage of 700 plus, above 650, percentage of above 650, above 600, percentage of above 600, and then above 550. I have gone only up to above 550. Now, this will show a concentration.
Where?
The concentration here is, my lord, primarily seeker. My lord, may kindly see this. Rajkot, there is one station at Rajkot, my lord, where the total number of student is 1968. Center code, where 12 students above 700. Hmm? 115 above 615. There is something special with Rajkot, this center code. That's fine. That will it seeker after Rajkot. 1,000 students, 8 are above 700.
9 or above.
And then, my lord, I'm on next item, a seeker Rajasthan. Out of 1,001 student appearing, 8 above 700, then 69 above 650, and 115 above 600. And then 241 above 550. And Lord, also kindly keep it in mind, city coordinators are the owners of these schools. And these are private schools. And the invigilators are the employees of these private schools. And the possibility cannot be ruled out that these teachers are not in league with the coaching centers, my lord, which are operating in Kota and Sikar.
Are what? Are the city coordinators? City coordinators are government employees or they're private employees?
They are principals of the particular school, which is
Private
the
schools,
center.
my lord.
Sorry?
Principal of the school where the center is located.
Private schools.
City coordinators.
City coordinator. Names.
Yes, ma'am.
So it will be a city coordinator.
It's completely privatized.
Principal of CBSE school is the city coordinator.
No, there is in Sikar, there is no CBSE school. There is only one, this Kendriya Mahavidyalaya. 48 are the private schools, my lord. And CBSE affiliated, not CBSE run.
They are all CBSE schools.
CBSE affiliated school.
But they are CBSE affiliated schools, not CBSE run schools.
Top 50, you are saying that there is a concentration of seeker.
Correct, Lord. Kindly see this table, my lord. It shows all seeker. 38 of them, my lord. Not a coincidence, my lord. And I'm sure, my lord, consistently, even the last year also, these, my lord, even last year also and last to last year also, this seeker must be doing well for the reason. Because all these private schools, my lord, they are together, CPSC affiliated or Rajasthan board affiliated. Now, one of them is a city coordinator. Rest are the invigilator. And my lord,
But tell us, Mr. Huda, assuming that that is so, I mean, can that be a ground to cancel the entirety of the exam all over the country? Or two, to cancel the exam for seeker as a
no, my
whole?
lord, what I say, I bow down.
There be sure a retest for seeker.
My lord, what I humbly submit
There's
is,
sufficient data in itself.
If
Lord,
all
what-
over the country,
Lord, what
there are
I humbly-
6 people per 1,000 who get above 600, all over the country. That's the average. And in each place in seeker, you get 75, you get 80. That's the
So just let's see this, what you
The
have
country
completed
average.
over here.
Please,
It's
the
so-
reference value is the country average.
वो डाउनलोड करके पहले उसको भी मैग्नीफाई मेरे को दिखने में
Not-
नहीं दिखता।
my lord, what I humbly submit is,
A paper copy of that page.
Words only.
yes, my lord, it's there. My lord.
Less than 10.
15 दे दिया. Give 3. This is my lord 100, 500 and above. This is not with regard to. Huh.
पूरे नहीं.
It's about that percentage. You're, Mr. Hegde, above what?
6 people per 1,000. That's 0.6%. Is on an average, that's the national. That should be the reference value. Now, if your lordship takes the first one in Rajasthan, or see the Vidya Bharati Public School, let us see how many of them have gotten. So above 550, which gets you a state, there are 241 students who have got above 550
Out of 1,000.
out of 1,000 students. 1 in 4 students.
Lord, this is alluding towards systemic failure. And all these people are not from Sikar. They have come from all over the country. They are not people who have taken coaching from Sikar.
How do you
Because
say
of this systemic
how do you
failure.
say that they have not taken coaching from?
I
Don't
do
make
not,
such-
I do not know,
I mean,
because
I'm
if I
telling you,
compare it,
Not, no, don't make statements.
hold on, please. If I compare it with Kota is the coaching
Kota
hub.
and Sikar are education
And Lord,
hubs.
yes,
People from
now,
students from
and
all
the
over
number
the
of
country
students appeared
stay
in
there.
Kota.
There are hostels, PG accommodations.
where is the-
It's a coaching cluster. So don't say that they are not from. They are not.
Belgavi, my lord, in Karnataka is not a coaching hub where a girl goes from Anjali Patel, goes from Gujarat to Belgavi. She fails, she appears in 12th class standard in Gujarat because she's from Gujarat. She failed, but she went all the way to Belgavi, got 705 marks. And Lord, what I'm told is the CBSE syllabus of 12th is completely in align with the syllabus of NEET examination. So it's not possible somebody getting 31 in botany out of 100 and getting 700.
Have you shown data from that center in Belgavi where she appeared? Were the people getting high marks unusually large at that center?
Lord, there are.
Not too much show us.
Lord, I will, if I'm Lord, show all these tables in seriatim, Lord, I will show that. So, Lord, this table at 101 indicates there is a heavy tilt for seeker because there is a systemic malaise which has worked in favor of the students appearing in these centers in seeker. And we cannot separate the tainted from the untainted. And all these private people, the person who is doing videography, I give just one example here. Their emphasis is that we videograph everything at all these centers. Though they are private people, in Savai Madhopur, may I have Lord's attention just for a moment? Their emphasis is that though all these are private people, all these city coordinators, invigilators, but our CCTV monitoring is so robust that we catch them. In case of Savai Madhopur, it is their own case that a wrong question paper was distributed in a different language. And the question paper started at 2 p.m. They got to know, this is on record, and their reply on record to say that we got to know that wrong question paper has been given in Savai Madhopur, Rajasthan at 4:30 from the social media. They are on affidavit to say this. If So it is this loophole which is being exploited here in Sikar and all these centers, my lord, which are a shining star in the entire sky. Belgavi, my lord, why a girl who failed in Gujarat goes all the way to Belgavi? My lord, the reason is this, not only paper leak. My lord, I'm on a next point.
Now tell us that girl who went to Belgavi, all right, we'll take it as a prima facie suspicious case.
Yes, sir.
The center where she appeared from,
Yes.
what is the performance of that center?
Yes, my lord, I have that.
6%
Huh?
success ratio and 7% success ratio. And Belgaum,
My lord,
2% success
my lord,
ratio.
about
I
8
showed those
people
things.
are, my lord, Belgavi is not a coaching center. My lord, the one reason, my lord, the third thing I want to allude to,
Centers in Sikar? How many centers in Sikar?
Sikar is 49 centers.
How many students in Sikar?
Yes, the total number of, yes, my lord, we have the data. Huh? 27,000. My lord, this is, just allow me, my lord. Total number is 27,216.
Students.
That's right, my lord. 49 centers. My lord, it is at page 10.
27,216 students from Sikar.
That's right.
How many students, what is the cutoff to be in the first 1,08,000?
About
If
580.
your lordships can give me only 5 minutes to show my charts. Lord, that
Lord-
might answer most of your lordships'
My lord,
questions.
I'm
Rather than my lord,
I'm-
going all
Lord,
around.
I'm on a complete, my lord, just allow me to
All
complete.
right, 27,216 students. Just tell us. just tell
8,000
us
of them
what-
have got above 500.
How many?
8,225 have got above 500.
Yes, my lord. My lord, this is the
None of
data
them
at
will
page
get it.
103. My lord, this data is there at page 103. My lord, may kindly just see this.
Now tell us, Mr. Solicitor, what would be the cutoff for broadly for the 1,08,000, the last
yes,
student
yes,
to be in the zone of admission to a medical college?
Yes.
What would be the cutoff?
Varies from state to state.
Cutoff is, my lord, different.
Varies from state to state. But
No, no.
if you've got above around 600, you're reasonably safe that you will get
No,
something.
my lord, my learned friend is,
It will vary from state to state because state domicile comes in.
I'll just, my lord, I have put that figure also. If you are having marked 600, you will stand at 81,000 in first 81,000. I have given, my lord, each wise 60, 600, 605, etc., etc. I'll show, my lord. So a person getting 600 will, in all probability, will not get in at least government medical college for the simple reason that though we are counting 50%, total seats are 1,08,000, 50% would be, my lord, one half, but from that 50%, 50% will go for SC, ST, OBC and EWS reservation. So merit candidates seats would be available would be 25,000. I have, my lord, given, my lord, we have done the analysis from various angles to show what is the impact, if at all, at the national level, city level and the center level.
Lord,
That Sikar have the largest concentration of students. Sikar has 49 centers.
Yes. Seeker center-wise also we have done.
And
Lord, Kota, let me compare it with Kota.
District in the country which has more centers than Sikar, which is in the country-wise.
I'll not do that.
Can you tell us which is the district which has the largest number of centers?
My lord, Kota, my lord, I'm just giving Kota as comparing,
But,
because my
what
lord,
we have
Kota is
analyzed
the
is,
coaching
only-
hub.
Only a minute. What we have analyzed is city-wise, including Seeker, Kota and other, my lord, things which are, my lord, being discussed. We have examined how many students appeared in 2022 and what was the success rate. Similar exercise for 23 and similar exercise for 24. In fact, 24 for Seeker, the success rate has gone down. I'll be able to show that. We have compared it with 22, 23, 24. It is around 19%.
Lord, if they can
The success
respond
rate is
in one
19%.
go and I complete it. Lord, what I'm alluding to is there is a systemic failure in the manner the NEET is examined. One, I said the no address verification, that is why student can go from.
Yeah. There are two ways of looking at this problem. You all came here because of paper leak. There's no escape from the fact that, yes, there has been a
Paper leak.
paper leak. Is it your argument that this systemic failure which you are talking about now led to paper leak?
No, no, no.
So therefore, today we are trying to understand, we are trying to look into to what extent this leak precipitated in the entire country. If it is a case of systemic failure, that stands on a different footing.
Yes.
Because these are two different things. It is because of this paper leak, you are now able to demonstrate before us various irregularities, illegalities. Maybe, you may be right. But at this point of time, digressing from the issue of paper leak, to what extent can we now go into the question of systemic failure? Because we are trying to examine whether this leak led to that girl securing 705 marks at Belaguri despite failing in 12th standard. Let us address the issue in this manner, whether these candidates at Sikar who have performed exceedingly well, is it because of that paper leak?
I bow down.
There are
I quite
two
understand.
compartments.
These are two compartments.
There are two
So far as
compartments.
paper
One
leak is
talks
concerned.
about paper leak and to what extent the students took advantage of that leak.
Let me answer your lordship's question.
Please take your seat, Mr. Nedumbara. These are bad manners, bad manners. I am not very sophisticated like my Lord, the Chief Justice. You may feel bad. Please, please. 3 times I have said, please, quiet. We have 2 minutes to go. We are making Mr. Huda understand what is going on in our mind so that he can respond after recess. Therefore, you come to your note.
Please.
You come to your note, paragraph 8.
Yes, my lord. They know,
That's the heart. That's the heart of your case.
Where you say that
Just
there's a
read
leak,
it.
leak has
Just read
gone to other states. Where is there to, what is there any contemporary evidence to indicate that the leak went to
Lord,
other states?
Lord, the only thing on that I can say on paper leak is, Lord, so far as direct evidence of this crime is concerned, that is the file is before this honorable court, matter is being investigated. As petitioners who are not privy to the investigation, either by the Bihar police or now by the CBI, all we can rely on is a circumstantial evidence. In the circumstantial evidence,
Therefore, falling back on an alternative hypothesis that because of the systemic flaws in the process, therefore the credibility of the examination must have been breached in other
I'm
states.
so grateful.
That's your case.
So
That's
your
my case. On that,
So
my lord, I have
therefore,
just 4 or 5
we
things
have
to
no
highlight.
evidence. We do not have evidence to show that there was a leak in other states. But because of these flaws in the examination process, therefore it's likely that the
This
sanctity of
inflation.
examination, and you have pointed out 3 aspects: time gap between the conclusion of the examination and the sealing of the OMR sheets, and absence of an SOP. 2, staff at the college may well tamper with the OMR sheets without depositing them. 3, there is no address verification of the center chosen by the student.
That's
These
right.
are the 3 aspects.
That's right. Now, my lord, and
Anything else now? What remains? for you?
because of,
We'll have to call upon the others now.
yes, I'm so grateful. And my lord, it is because of this that there is an evidence, and they maybe put to the question this, that how people from Gujarat going to Bellary, how people from Odisha, Karnataka, Maharashtra coming to Godhra, and how people from Bihar, if this investigation is carried out, my lord, would find people from Bihar have gone to Muktsar, Punjab. If these addresses are checked, that will show
But
that
then
there are.
this girl, instead of going to Belaguri, could have given to any of these sensitive.
She could have chosen, Lord, probably this is a connection. She got a connection.
Why did she have to
I
go
asked
to
you,
Belaguri?
that center at Belgavi, does it have any, does it show any untoward result?
Lord, it is there. Lord, this Belgavi, this is 8R plus 700 and 71R plus 650. I have not the chart. I will give it post lunch.
Also, Mr. Huda, in many professional examinations, I don't want to name them, otherwise this will become another national story tomorrow. That, in many professional examinations, students do choose centers in a particular zone or whatever, because there's a perception that the marking on the curve is a little more lenient or a little more strict in certain centers. And you not mention those examinations. That may be,
Well,
that may not
here-
be, that may
well,
not be
here the-
strong evidence to cancel a whole examination per se.
Well, Lord, this one.
These systemic flaws which you have pointed out, we'll put to the solicitor, because these obviously have to be tightened up. Because they have to be tightened up. But as of now, I don't think you have indicated to us, and we'll give you now 5 minutes and we'll conclude your argument after lunch. So we'll hear the others and then wrap up.
5 minutes after lunch.
After lunch, 5 minutes.
Great.
So that you can conclude, now summarize what you
That's
have
fine.
argued in 5 minutes, and then we will go on to the
Great.
next person.
Your lordships will give me a little time. A little time, not much.
Sorry?
Your lordships will give me a little time, not much.
And about marks and sustaining.
Which startled me. So when I inquire and go to the NTA authorities in person and say that, look, I have scored 590 and my rank is 10 lakh plus. So they hand over me a new scorecard and a new OMR sheet, which now they reduce my marks to 57.
This is an individual grievance.
Individual, my lord, what I would suggest
My lord-
respectfully, subject to meeting with your lordship's approval, essentially your lordships are examining whether there is any leakage impacting the nationwide, or there is some incident of theft which has taken place, which is our case, which has impacted students who can be segregated.
Or as Mr. Huda argued, that there are such systemic flaws in the process that the entire examination has to be reconducted.
Correct, my lord.
Give to sort of reformulate what he said yesterday.
Correct.
My lord, my limited plea, my lord.
Don't interrupt. Matters, arguments are over. We are hearing the Solicitor General. So in other words, what we have heard on is that what we have heard arguments on is that the entire sanctity of the examination has been affected. Therefore, have a retest.
Yes. And whether to discharge the burden of proof, my lord, to that extent, what are the material the petitioners were able to place before the court? As against, my lord, the material which we would be assisting.
Individual grievances.
May, my lord.
Of somebody's OMR link not opening, or somebody having been graded wrongly, that is not the subject matter of this.
My lord, may I have the permission?
1 second, don't interrupt. What we will have to do is, those candidates who have some individual grievances, we may leave it to them to move the High Court for resolution of those grievances.
Yes.
Except
Grateful, my lord.
which will be covering by our judges.
Grateful, my lord.
Because I don't think the remit of this court is to start looking at individual grievances
Grateful.
of individuals.
Grateful, my lord.
So we
Great.
leave that, Mr. Joshi will leave that open to any individual.
If my lord,
Grateful.
the learned Solicitor General start just 1 point in 1 minute. My lord, where there was a delay in distribution of papers, and the same date they held the examination. The first, in the morning, it was 2 p.m. to 5:20. And the same paper they held again from 6 to 9. So the question paper they got 20 minutes late or half an hour late. They were holding that question paper for first 3 hours, and again the same question paper they were holding for another 3 hours. So all the people who were given those 6 hours the same day to attempt the same question paper has again defeated the integrity of the examination.
All right.
Because you know, somebody is getting 3 hours and 20 minutes once. These people got 3 hours and 20 minutes twice over the same day. Question paper remains the same.
That initially they gave the wrong paper, the CanBank paper.
No,
then they
no,
distributed
not saying something.
SBI paper.
They gave paper
To
like
which
in a
center?
different medium.
If you can
Like
specify the
in
center.
Madhopur, they gave in a different medium. And they were holding question paper in a different medium. Somebody like in Rajasthan probably opted for Hindi. They were given English. Somebody opted English, were given Hindi. So there was a delay in changing it. So to compensate the delay, they held the examination over again the same day, giving other full time. So they were holding the question paper in their hand for 6 hours, more than 6 hours the same day. How they will be at par with the other people who got exactly 3 hours and 20 minutes?
medium was distributed initially.
Correct.
Then they
In one
distributed-
center out of 4750 centers.
This in which center was this?
Savai
Savai
Madhopur,
Madhopur.
Rajasthan, my lord. And Ghaziabad.
also,
There
sir,
were
two centers.
Two centers, my lord, as per their own.
No, Ghaziabad comes for the first. There are no pleadings. There is nothing on the record. I mean, somebody may
Is
have
the
told you, I'm not
NTA
disputing.
denying that
But
Ghaziabad
every
was
time
not
raising
held again.
a suspicion
The argument
without
is, my
any
lord,
pleading or material, my lord, may not
my
end
lord,
the matter.
The argument is wherever the
So,
question.
Mr. Huda, just let's have clarity of the facts. So what happened was that at the beginning of the examination, if the medium of the candidate was, say, Hindi, the candidates were given English.
Yes.
Then at some point of time, when was this detected? What happened?
Yes,
there?
Lord. In Savai Madhopur, they say they detected it through social media at 4:30.
No,
Two and a half hours later.
2.5 hours. It is their affidavit on
All
record.
right. Just explain to us what happened.
2 o'clock, Lord, the question paper started. Questions were given to the students. Questions must be raising objection that this is not my medium.
Right.
No action was taken. NTA here in Delhi get to know of this incident at 4:30 the same day.
Right.
Then they take a decision that we will have another examination the same day from 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. And then these all 120 students in that center.
So at 4:30, the correct medium was given. They had, in any case, from a different medium, they had the paper right at 2 o'clock.
Correct. That's what
Then
I'm
at
saying.
So they got more time, in fact.
Oh, but at 4:30, then did they give them at 4:30 the
No,
correct
then
medium?
the second examination is from 6 to 9 or 9:20.
So what you are saying that they held the same question paper, albeit in a different medium from 2 o'clock.
Correct. And what this happened at 2 stations, not one. Other one is a Ghaziabad.
No, we do not know. There is no
UP
pleading
and
of
Rajasthan.
Ghaziabad. Yesterday, my lord.
There is an NTA press release if they remains in a denial mode.
2 o'clock. These students must have started answering also, albeit in a different
That's right.
medium.
That's right.
They were given an OMR sheet, say, of 2
Everything.
o'clock
Correct.
with English, so they had opted for Hindi.
Correct.
Then at 4:30, this is discovered. So at 6 o'clock, they hold a examination in the correct medium
That's right.
with a separate set of OMR sheets.
Correct.
Now, how many students in Savai Madhopur?
120 as per their showing.
How have those students fared, by the way?
I will show, my lord.
And Lord,
That's the
Ghaziabad,
correct answer.
they are in a denial mode. Kindly put them to the answer because their
All right.
press release
Let the
says
solicitor start. We will,
Ghaziabad,
we'll
Ghaziabad
hear the
also.
solicitor. Yes,
And
thank
Lord,
you.
Savai Madhopur bust another thing. They say we are monitoring it live here and we are securing that everything is fine. In Savai Madhopur, their systems are not working. They say from a social media, we got to know after 2.5 hours of examination that this is what has happened. So their argument that all centers are monitored through live CCTV camera is completely destroyable. There is no system. And these CCTV cameras, some were installed, some were not installed. They have
Where
only
it is
issued
not
checks.
installed, where it is. No, let me start. Let me start.
Mr. Huda,
Let
we
me
allowed you to make your point now, no re-argument. Now we'll hear the
Lord, what has happened is, my lord, let
Right
me,
now, Mr. Solicitor.
yes, let me
take a
sum up.
Start right from the beginning.
Yes,
Now you
yes,
can sum
let
up.
me sum up. My lord, I'm, my lord, not either against the petitioners, they are also, my lord, students, nor against those, my lord, who are not before the court. I am, my lord, on behalf of NTA. What I have understood from the petitioner's point of view is, they have been able to give instances of 3 or 4 or 7 centers and raise a kind of apprehension or suspicion. Even if the suspicion is true, it would be true only for the purpose of, my lord, that particular center, and I'll come to it separately. Now, my lord, your lordships are examining an issue where approximately 24 lakh students are involved. Lord, the total number of centers are 4,750. When your lordships examine, my lord, whether there is a pan-India cross-country impact or not, my lord, this would be a relevant figure.
Just one. Mr. Huda, I know that you are very energetic, but you can please sit on the chair. Why do you have to stand? Tell your juniors also to sit on the chair. It causes me less stress when everybody is comfortably seated in the chair. So the juniors have some chairs here. There are some chairs with the law clerks. They're all not here, so you can come and sit here. Please sit quietly and listen to it in peace. Yes.
Yes. But my lord, nonetheless, we must satisfy your lordship's conscience from the figures and statistics. Not, my lord, somebody tells us something, some social media post, which we will show, my lord, how social media posts like Telegram, etc. My lord, from evidence, my lord, we will be able to show how they are tempered. But leave it at that, my lord, for the time being. We will have to satisfy your lordships that pan-India, cross-country, there is no impact and the result has remained consistent. But at the outset, I may point out that top 100 students, look, this is the test of a fair examination being conducted. Top 100 students are spread over 95 centers. (56 cities) and 18 states and or union territories.
Yes.
My lord, this is, according to me, my lord, the first prime test. That first 100, if I have the paper, if my group has the paper, it would be a bulk of people topping the exam. Because if I have the questions, I have the answers, obviously.
Now, just one thing we want to ask you. In this top 100, do we have any students coming from, say, Hazaribagh?
Yes, I'll show everything.
You'd like to see?
Yes, my lord. And I will also show what was the position.
Sikar, Hazaribagh.
Yes. Look, what I have also, my lord, done, we have done an exercise as to what was the position of those centers in 2022, 2023, and 2024. Whether there is any marked jump or rise or not. My lord, that would be the only indication for deciding cross-country impact, if at all there is any impact. My lord, we have filed, my lord, submissions, my lord. Lord, it is mailed to your lordships, but for ready reference, I can. I have, my lord, the hard copies as well.
Look at it. Can you repeat submission? Yes.
Lord, I would start from, Lord, how the examination is conducted. There is a concept called percentile, and there was a confusion. That confusion remained, and unfortunately, young children are, my lord, unnecessarily tensed because of wrong narrative which is going on. The narrative was that for centers like Rajkot, more than 30 candidates were qualified. General impression was that if you are qualified, you are getting admission in the medicine, in the course of your choice. Lord, there has always been, and this year also, a system of coming to a figure called percentile. A percentile is a figure, after we get the result, it is fed into the computer system, and we request that we want 50% percentile. It can be 60, it can be 70, depending upon the nature, but in this exam, it has always been 50%. So it gave us the figure of 164. It merely means in common parlance that out of 24 lakh students, I'm taking a rough figure, it's 23 lakh something. out of 24 lakh students, 12.5 lakhs would be below 164 and 12.5 lakhs would be above 164. Those who are above 164 are qualified and rest of them are not qualified. So all those 12.5 lakhs would not get admission.
So the cutoff marks for the 50th percentile is 164 out of 72.
For the purpose of qualification, I'll tell you, Lordship, the reason why this is done.
Is always taken as a 50th percentile or what is it?
Percent, yes.
Year on year.
Year on year, Manoj. Last year it was 137, which indicates that this year number of students increased. Number two, maybe this batch of students of 24 lakhs was little more hardworking. And third, the syllabus was not sliced down. But nothing turns on that, Manoj. Last time it was 1/3. So 12.5 lakhs are qualified. Seats are 1,08,000 only. Why this was required to be done? Manoj, it was noticed years back that some, I'm sorry.
So 12.5 lakh students are 50th percentile and above.
Above, and therefore qualified. Roughly, 12.5 is, I have taken the figure of 24 lakhs, it is 23 lakhs something. 37, whatever. I'm just for the purpose of ease of argument. Now, why this was required? Years back it was found that some private medical colleges, your Lordships are aware, there are some management seats, management quota seats. They used to be filled up by people who are not even qualified, who got 50 marks or 70 marks. Therefore, this system was introduced that we will come out with a figure of percentile and qualification. They are eligible. They are eligible to be admitted either in medical, either in government medical college or in private medical college. So now, even a private medical college in their management quota cannot take anyone who is less than 12,50,000 because they are not qualified. So Rajkot had 30 people who are qualified, meaning thereby they were above 12,50,000 figure. Not that they will get admission. We have done that analysis. Please see page 13 of my note. Just to remove that narration, my learned friend has very fairly not argued this issue, but please see 13. First, I have given, your Lordship sees right hand side, I have gone from top to bottom. That's why, states are also, coming not at the same time. Gujarat, Bhavnagar, total appeared 5,800, greater or equal to 164, 4,660. Therefore, success ratio, meaning thereby success for being declared qualified, not admission, is 80.34%. Next is Andhra Pradesh, Vijayawada, then Rajasthan, Sikar, then Gujarat, Rajkot, Andhra Pradesh, Tanuku, etc., etc., etc. It goes on, and I'm not taking your Lordships through the entire country and entire city wise.
Done this for every
city.
For every city.
Every city.
Actually, you've done it for every city or state. How does it work? For every
city. This is done city wise. But center wise also, wherever they have.
Because no, it is
city wise or center wise.
Bhavnagar is the city.
But it is city wise arranged in descending order. This is only to remove an impression that those.
How many cities totally?
571.
So this data is for all the 571.
571. Cities, my lord, 569. I stand corrected. 569. My lord, we have centers at some other countries also. For example, page 13, your lordships would find serial number 6, Dubai. Dubai has a center, my lord, where we conduct the exam. Muscat, Singapore. So including the outs.
We also have Doha, Sharjah,
Yes, my lord.
Kuwait.
Yes, my lord. So adding them also, the total cities, I'll treat them as city, my lord, as a, so it is a center. 569. The lowest is Chhattisgarh, Narayanpur with 8.6%. This is the limited purpose, my lord, to show that more number of people getting qualified doesn't mean that they are getting admission.
They are just above the 50th percentile. That's
Yes, they have crossed 12 lakhs mark. That's all. Lord, kindly now come to page 28.
This annexure A began at what page?
13, my lord. 1, 3, and it goes on till 27. Annexure B, my lord. It's not annexure A, annexure B. It goes on till 27. I'm not, my lord, reading, it's not necessary, my lord, but descending order, we have given, my lord, the number of students who qualified.
maybe up to 72%.
But, the moment your lordship goes further, the lordship would realize, my lord, that how that number also decreases, those who are likely to get admission. Lord, your lordships would find Judger at page 14, my lords. Serial number 69. It has 59% students qualify. Yes. My Lord, before I take your lordships to the next annexure, my Lord, kindly allow me to place only one fact, my Lord, which is an accepted fact in public domain. But there are certain centers like Kota, Sikar, Kottayam in south, Rajkot. There are several centers which are hubs of competitive examinations, coaching centers. My Lord, the word which generally, my Lord, the newspapers have used, factory, is possibly taken from a recent web series, Kota Factory.
They are HubSpots.
For coaching centers for entrance examinations or other examinations like UPSC. Kota is considered to be the best in UPSC, but UPSC, NEET, IIT, JEE, several competitive examinations.
Which are they? Kota, Sikar?
Kota, Sikar, Kottayam, Namakkal in Tamil Nadu, Rajkot in Gujarat,
Yeah.
well, there are several coaching centers, several hostels, right from those who cannot afford, they would have their hostels. Those who can afford, they can have flats, they can hire flats. There are PG accommodations, but all essentially the entire economy is on students. They are given question papers every alternate day. Some dummy paper would be formed by the coaching classes and they would be asked to appear in that examination. They are trained how to attempt those questions where you are very confident, thereafter to examine the questions where you have to give a little time, how to avoid negative marking, etc. So when a child sits in the actual examination, it is his 201st examination, hypothetical.
So the students who would really be sitting at those centers would not necessarily be students who are domiciled in that.
No.
They will be coming from outside.
They are mostly outside. Mostly outsiders, because now this has become a competitive field. So parents send their children. Whether I am preparing for a civil service or I am preparing for NEET, I'll go stay there for a year. I'll have coaching, I'll have a PG accommodation, hostel accommodation, etc., etc. And this is going on since many years. But still there is no alarming rise from last years to this year. But just I wanted to say that example of seeker, quota, etc. may not assist your lordships to arrive at a correct conclusion because they are sui generis centers. What I would get, my lord, at say Jamnagar in Gujarat, some better, my lord, training is imparted in Kota or in Sikar or in Kottayam or in Namakkal, etc., etc. But that also, now, my lord, what we have done is that I have told your lordships which number of students are above 12,50,000 and which are below. Now we forget those who are below. Out of 12,50,000, that is above percentile and who are qualified, how many students were qualified were getting admission last year, last to last year, and this year? Whether there is any unexplainable spurge, there is any increase or any shocking development, that exercise we have done, which your lordships would find at page 28. My lord, your lordships would find the title is Table Showing City-Wise Success Rate. And if your lordships were to see, my lord, the subtitle, one is state, another is city. Number of candidates appeared in 2022. My lord, the fourth column. Your lordship gets that, my lord. Number of students appeared in 2022. Number of top 1,08,000 in that year. Then number of students appeared in 23. Similarly, number of top 10,800.
So when you say your solicitor success rate, that is above the 50th percentile.
Yes, no, it has to be. Look, these are all students who fall within 1 lakh. No, not they are qualified. They are in 12,50,000.
They will be within the 1,08,000.
1,08,000. Exactly. I'm grateful to your lordships.
Percentage. Thousand consists of 56,000 government colleges
and 52,000 private colleges. I must tell your lordships one more thing. Just to, my lord, give your lordships the correct feel, what is the pan-India impact? I have not deducted the reserved seats. Reserved seats, my lord, the success rate would be, my lord, almost half. While I'll tell your lordship, my lord, out of 100 seats, 50 seats are reserved. SC, ST, OBC, and economically backward class. These are done, my lord, at the state level also. And some states, or maybe all states, some states at least have domicile reservation also. So out of 100 seats, the general category students, depending upon, my lord, which category they belong to, their available seat might be only 45 out of 100. But without touching that, out of 1,80,000, 4030. So if we count that, my lord, this 19.12 would go almost to 10% success rate, my lord, at an all India level. My lord, similarly, now see, my lord, first is Sikar, I have read, my lord, Andhra Pradesh, Tanuku. Total 972 students appeared in 2022. Your lordships may kindly correlate with the heading.
Yes.
Total 179 in top 1,80,000, 8,000. So entitled to get admission subject to reservation, etc. Similarly, in 2023, total 168 students and entitled within 1,88,000 is 213. This year, total students appeared is 1,007 and entitled are 171. So it is lower than the last year. Even in Sikar, 2022, the success rate was 24.02, which is now down to 19.22. Patna or Hazaribagh? Rank. पटना का कहाँ पे है?
Factual
please come to
clarification.
my lord.
Just one factual clarification. My lord, there are 5 other courses which are admissions happen from the same entrance examination. So the total number of seats are about 3 lakh and the rank for admission goes up to 12 lakh from the same NEET examination. Here we are talking only of MBBS, but there are BAMS and dental and all other allied courses.
For them, the 50th percentile is not applied.
No, applicable.
No, that is
Everyone will have-
applicable.
It is applicable for the other
But my lord, the rank goes up to the last course. The rank goes up to 12 lakh. So
No, it
it's
can't
not
go to
only,
up to
we are
12
not
lakh.
only talking
There are-
about.
That vary from year to year, I guess.
That's right.
Yes,
It's-
yes.
Last year it was about 12 lakh. Last year it was about 12 lakh.
But the 50th percentile is applied as a qualification for all courses.
Well, yes, my lord. Yes. All BDS, BAMS, whatever. But he argued on medicine, therefore I am giving medicine.
Just as a matter of interest, just show us where do we get Hazaribagh, Patna?
I wanted to show, my lord, kindly come to page 30.
Page 30.
Page 30. They are at 51502. My lord, that is the city code. Bihar, Patna, the 6th from below. Their success rate is 5.53 this year. But see, my lord, the earlier success rate, it has remained consistent, my lord. 2 or 3% plus or minus is everywhere. And obviously, my lord, it would depend upon the caliber of each batch, the examination, etc., my lord. Please see, my lord.
7.74 and 5.5.
Yes, the 22, it was 8.9, 23, it became 7.74, and this year it is 5.53. Now please come to 32, Hazaribagh, 4th from top.
Yes.
Page 32, 4th from top, my lord.
7.2, 6.06
And this year 4.61 only. Belgaum.
Yes.
And, my lord, I'll also show Belgaum, where, my lord, one of the students who is, my lord, stated to have failed, shifted to Belgaum, page 39, my lords. My lord, the impression one gets is that she shifted all the way from Gujarat to Belgaum because Belgaum, there was a huge potential for some mass copying or something. Please come to 39. Karnataka, Belgaum, the success rate is 2.5%.
Where is it exactly? Yeah, I've got it. Belgaum.
Well, 7th from the bottom.
Success rate is 3.22, 3.94 and 2.05.
Yes. So one would not go from Gujarat to Belgaum, maybe some personal reasons I have not examined, but their success rate is 2.05. Nobody would go at a center Lord, similarly, I forgot, my lord, to show that to your lordships, my lord, in the annexure B, my lord, that percentile, my lord, this Bihar and Hazaribagh, my lord, please come to page 17.
17.
17. No, this is, I am showing percentile, those who are above 12 lakhs. Lord, 191. Bihar is at, this is seriatim, so it's ranked at 191. Patna, their qualifying rate, my lord, success rate is 49.22.
Where do you get that?
Lord, 191, serial number 191, page 17.
Patna. Success rate is...
Bihar, Patna, so many students appeared, so many cleared, so many became eligible, means more than 164.
They have 49.22.
49.22. Similarly, if your lordships were to, my lord, permit me to show, my lord, next page, Jharkhand, Hazaribagh, 216. It is 47.68.
49.22.
Yes, my lords. Page 17.
Bihar, page 17, right?
17 is Jharkhand, Hazaribagh. 18. Page 17. Your lordships are right. Patna, Bihar is page 17. And your lordships would find the average.
7.6.
Next is, my lord, above that is Punjab, 49.23. Below that is Chhattisgarh, 49.11. Gujarat, 49.10. Jharkhand, 49.07. They are in that bracket. They are not in the highest bracket of 80 plus. Then next page, my lord, serial number 216, Jharkhand, Hazaribagh. Their success rate in the sense of, Lord,
47.68.
yeah, 46.6, 47.68. That is, they are above 164.
Yes, yes, you got it.
Now, my lord, having shown this annexure B and C, Lord, please come to yes, last page, no, last. Lord, page 48. Lord, cities which were mentioned before your lordships, my lord.
Page 48.
48, annexure E. Lord, what your lordships have seen up till now is city-wise. Now the cities which were placed for your lordship's consideration based on some assumption, presumption without any evidence or even convincing material on record. We have done that center-wise also. Sikar, my lords, yes. For example, this is Sikar. First is state. We can ignore that, my lord, because it is Rajasthan. City is Sikar. Fourth column is the center, Gurukul International School. Total 715 students appeared in this center. Rank within first 56,000 is 101 students. The success ratio is 14.13. And rank within 10 lakh 8,000, 80,000, 1 lakh 88,000 is 152. Their success rate is 21.26%. But this is again without considering the reservation. If we count the reservation, it would be perhaps, my lord, half, subject to, my lord, this 101 or 152 also may have some candidates who are entitled to the benefit of reservation. Similarly, next is, my lord, Polkaji Shikshan Sansthan. Success rate is 20.9.
Totally in Sikar, in the 56,000, how many students and how many percent?
My lord, percentage center-wise is on the last column. Lord, yeah, total, your lordship, is page 28. Your lordships have seen page 28. The success rate is 19.22.
Right. Sikar is 19.22.
22. But please see, my lord, the previous year, 19.19.
Total is 11.99 and 19.22.
Your lordships are at page?
So 11.99% in the first 56,000 government seats.
Yes.
And 19.22 in the 52,000 seats.
Yes. In 1,08,000.
Oh, that is in 1,08,000.
Yes, please. But your lordships ask me the total in Sikar city. That is at page 28, your lordships have seen.
Right, that I saw. I saw it later.
It is 19.22. Last year it was 19.19. Slight increase. And in 2022, it was 24.0. So it has decreased year by year.
Here, my lords, 1,216 students appeared from Sikar, and
Of 600, there were 4,000.
I'm giving everything, Mr. Hegde.
Right,
You-
this, Mr. Solicitor, this year, 27,216 students have paid 52.
52, Malord. That's
And,
exactly what
people
figures I'm-
in the 56,000 were 3,262, which is 11.99%.
will be
And
with
in the total, 1,08,000, 5,232.
32.
About 19%.
So about 19.22%.
When this plea has been raised, it's something.
Lord, if you page 48 onwards, seeker, if your lordship sees the success ratio center-wise, it is between 18 to 22. Sometimes it dips, it never goes up. Please see, my lord, it is 21.26, 20.98, 22.31, etc., my lord. It dips at serial number 20, where it is 8.86%, but it has never seen
Then
any
page 50
unusual.
Page 53, we have quota.
Yes, my lords. Similar, my lords. Quota, my lord, after the results, there was an article, my lord, recently in one of the leading newspapers, that after the results in quota, the land prices or property prices in Sikar have gone up. Not that students or parents buy property. People buy property for being rented or for using it as a PG, because quota is now not doing well as compared to Sikar. That's not that that's my argument, just as a, it was yesterday only this article came. Now, my lord, I'll just take example of first, quota, Lal Bahadur Shastri, 476 appeared, rank within first 56,028. And I'm not counting, my lord, the reserved categories. I'm counting everything to be open, just to show to your lordships that there is no marked spike which can lead to any conclusion. And it has remained constant, my lord, since last 3 years, with variation of plus minus 2 to 3%. And success ratio is 5.88%. And rank within 1,88,000 is 52, and success ratio is 10.92. And if your lordship sees the last column, success ratio in each of the centers, it remained almost consistent. Yeah, my lords are on some page, Manoj, I can, I'm sorry. No, similar is Kottayam at page 56. These are all high-ranking, my lord, centers. My lord, I'm not Lord, wasting your lordship's time.
Yes,
but
we've seen now. Now, what is the next thing that you want to show us?
Lord, Rajkot, if your lordships can
Let's
see.
see
my lord.
Rajkot. Rajkot is about 5.22% and 10.77%.
Yes, my lord, as a matter of fact, the first 56,000, it is, my lord, 3%, 1%, 4.21%.
24 totally.
Yes, my lord. So average is, my lord, 5.22 and 10.77%. Now, your lordships, my lord, kindly come to page 8 of this submission, my lords.
Page 8.
Yes, my lord, there was, my lord, opening of the window. My lord, first of all, well, first of all, we received several representations by mail, emails, that we are unable to log in or we are unable to register ourselves because of some technical glitches, etc. Eventually, when we open the window for some time, it results into more number of candidates being given an opportunity to compete. That does not, lead to any inference even remotely of any wrongdoing. But what was not pointed out to your lordship is, out of total 23 lakhs 50,000 odd students, those who changed, those who used this window for the purpose of changing their center are 14,000 only. 14,546. Out of approximately 24 lakhs, but 14,000 applied for change of city. The rest of them were unable to register themselves and therefore they registered themselves. Now, what will be the impact of this 14,000? We have also examined. 14,000 as compared to 24 lakhs is a minuscule amount, figure. But did they go for the purpose of any undue or illegal benefit to a new center? Well, we have done that exercise at page 8. Correction window allowing change of exam cities, 14,546 applied for change. These 14,000 candidates are distributed amongst 4020 centers in 557 cities. Lord, if there is a possibility of one center or one city offering some illegal reward, it would be the concentration on those city or cities. But these, Lord, out of 14,000, they are distributed among 4020 centers and 557 cities throughout the country. Maybe their personal reasons, but whatever, my lord, we cannot examine those questions, my lord. We are dealing with 24 lakh students. So why they are wanting to shift, we can't go into, and we need not go into the reasons.
But do you, as NTA, do you ask these students to apply for a change of centers to furnish a reason or that they furnish documents such as the Aadhaar card? Otherwise, suppose a student who has, say, already originally, registered at
X place.
Chhattisgarh, because the student has been pursuing a 15th class there. Otherwise, when a student, say, applies for a change, you ask for any documentation or any reasons for the change?
My lord, to my knowledge, no.
Or it is entirely, you can change, you can opt for any center in the country.
Any center in the country, that's the choice. And any city, not center is not the choice.
Center is allocated.
City is the choice,
Yes.
and we respect that choice. And we don't sit in appeal over whether your request for change is justifiable or not.
This request came at what point of time, Mr. Mehta?
It
What
was.
days you look into the request? Only for one day or
No, my lord. Please come to page 7.
between which date to which date?
18th March to 20th March and 11th March to 12th March. 11th April to 12th April. I have mentioned those dates.
City is also, a choice of city is regardless of your domicile, and therefore change is also
I
permitted.
can, for the reason, my lord, my domicile can be XYZ, but I am in Kota, or I'm studying since last 1 year, 2 years in Sikar. Then I may not have any identity, any residential proof or proof of my domicile. Lord, transfer of government officers, parents are transferred, Lord, etc., etc. These are there can be very varied reasons, my lord. But in absence of, my lord, any spike, that because of the shift or transfer was to 2 or 3 centers only, where there was a sudden spike, my lord, mere change of city may not lead to any cross-country manipulation. And therefore, my lord, we have said that out of 14,000 students who, for their own reasons, which we have not examined, sought transfers and were granted, their success rate is 6.46%. And they were transferred throughout the country. 557 cities.
Thirty-three students came to Hazaribagh. 637
yes,
came
my
to
lord.
Patna.
Yes, my lords.
And 24 came to Godhra.
Correct, my lords. And Godhra, my lord, the performance is nobody is getting admission.
Out of 33 who appeared from Hazaribagh, only one candidate scored more than 620.
622. The success rate is 3%. Out of 637 candidates who appeared in Patna, only 35 scored more than 577, corresponding to 1 lakh mark. That also without considering the reservation. Otherwise, my lord, this figure of 35 will come down to 20, roughly, depending upon reservation. And 17 candidates score more than 622, that is corresponding to 56,000 rank. So the success rate is either 5.5% or 2.7%.
But 17 candidate scores.
In the entire city. And Patna has, Lord, 70 centers, 70. 70. I'm Lord, I have prepared the.
So 17 candidates got more than the 56,000 mark.
Yes. So they'll get not in government college, they'll get possibly in a private college, but even government college also.
No, 17 candidates scored more than 622 marks, corresponding.
They would get government college, but subject to the reservation. If those 17 are also, some of them may be from reserved category, but we cannot. Lord, one more figure. हजारीबाग में टोटल 2733 अपीयर.
Now, did the number of candidates who appeared this year increase?
Please see, my lord, page 10. We have given that analysis also. Page 11.
10,
Page 11. Sorry, my lord. 10 is 11, Hazaribagh. Appeared candidates 48,643. Number of centers 70. And out of 48,000, my lord, this
Last year, how many candidates appeared from Patna?
my lord, 40,000, page 30, my lord. 40,000. 901.
Where do you get that page 30?
30, my lord, from my lord, fifth or seventh line from the bottom, my lord. Bihar, Patna, number of students appearing in 22, 34,000. No, yes. Last year, 40,901. It is increasing, my lord. 34 becomes 40 and then becomes 48. So that increase is also, my lord, proportionate every year. Same is the but there is an increase 2022 to 2023 to 2024 in almost all cities. And proportionate increase. My lord, for example, Hazaribagh, if your lordships were to see page 32, fourth column from the top. Hazaribagh, in 22, the candidates appeared were 1569 in 22. Then next to next column, candidates became 1963. And this year it became 27,033. but the success ratio is 4.61. It's not as if they were going there to get some undue benefit. Otherwise, my lord, the success ratio would have jumped. Lord,
Now, what is the next point?
Lord, which I have, your lordships have seen page 10 and 11, my lords?
Just got 10 and 11.
The success ratio in Patna is 5.5. If we go by, my lord, your lordships may kindly see, my lord, Hazaribagh first 10, page 10. Out of 2,733 candidates, 4.6% are within 1,08,000 bracket. More, half of which, according to my calculation, would not get because of the reservation. Subject to, my lord, they also being from that category, from the category, my lord, entitled for reservation. And for government seats, the success ratio in Hazaribagh is 2.1%. That again, without counting the reservation. And page 11, please see the chart which we have, my lord, placed for your lordship's consideration. This is center-wise chart. The success rate is 2.2, 1.1, 3.8, 1.2.
OIC's public school is about 4.733.
1.1, my lord. If we go by, my lord.
622.
Yes. But St. Xavier's has 6.2. So it is between 3 to 7, my lord. Substantially consistent.
But just one thing I want to point out. The reference point they have taken out for this percentage, they start with 12 lakh. Then sometime they come to reference point is 1,08,000. Sometime reference point is 56,000. Sometime reference point is the marks above 622. But this will not lead us anywhere whatsoever. This is all wherever the picture is seen normal, they pick up that reference point and present this data. A haystack and 1,000 needles put in here and there, and they say the haystack doesn't seem to be imbalanced. Please.
My lord, the petitioners. We have taken 56,000 and 1,08,000 because the petitioners argued only on that basis. That 600 marks, then I'll not get it. More than 600, I'll get it, etc. Please now, Lord, last come to page 47. Lord, I have given a cumulative chart. What would be the position of the person, of a student who gets a particular mark? And please come to the last column, my lord, at serial number 115. Just to give a broad outline. 115. The student who will get 600 will be.
What do you mean by cumulative frequency?
Cumulative frequency means, my lord, this is where he would stand out of 1,88,000. So he would stand at serial number.
Serial number 1 marks 720. Cumulative frequency would be 61. What does that mean? Oh, right, there were those 61 toppers.
Yeah, yes, my lord. It includes them.
It includes the 1563.
Yes.
When we deleted the 17, it came down to 44.
No, yes, yes.
Right.
Plus, my lord, when we see
Sorry,
600,
initially it was 67. When you deleted the 1563,
Judge deleted.
right, it came to
Are
61.
you come out of Chhattisgarh now, come to Haryana, then
out
come
of-
to India. My learned friends, I understand his love for Chhattisgarh, but he has to come out of Chhattisgarh now.
Mr. Buddha is his loyalty, you know.
Yes, I respect that. my lord.
So out of
Look, cumulative
then
would-
out of the 60, 61, 44, as we were told, are people who get full marks for option 2.
My lord, yes, and my lord, my lord, what I say, cumulative frequency.
So if the option 2 is not treated as a correct answer, you will eventually get 17 students who have got 720 out of 720.
Possibly, yes.
760.
But that,
Sorry?
okay, but that doesn't lead to any malpractice. I mean, that's a different question.
Not the malpractice.
Yeah.
If you take away those 4 marks
For option 2,
for option 2, and you add one more
negative mark.
mark, so there would be at least 5 marks less.
So they'll get 715. instead of
715, and then their rank would accordingly be adjusted.
adjusted. Because if what Sukriti argued yesterday, if she's right, then they will be down from 720 to 715.
Lord, there is one,
And yesterday, of course, we had the figure also, right?
Lord, can we complete this one rather than going into that area, right?
773 candidates, 4,20,773 candidates who gave option 2 as their answer.
Correct.
And those 4,20,000 were given full marks for that.
Lord, my lord, assist your lordship.
Course, we don't answer that right now. You
Right.
won't know.
Yes, yes.
We'll go
Because, my lord, Miss Tanvi Dubey, my lord, in the morning called me to inform me that one boy or girl, my lord, has approached her that she has got 720 out of 720. So for her, that 5 marks,
we'll go to 750.
to 15. So
Absolutely.
I said that you move the court and whatever I'll make my submissions, my lord, on that question.
Then we will hear you for that girl. Huh?
Yes, yes.
Give us the name of that girl and what you are arguing, because we like to hear you, because we have a representative from that category.
Yes. Lord, please see 115. What I mean, cumulative frequency. Lord, when I say that I got 600 marks, above me have 30 persons, my lord, in 30 individuals with 601 mark also. Hypothetical figure. 30 is hypothetical figure because every figure has more than one students getting those figures, my lord, in a span of 24 lakhs.
Now, when
Therefore,
seal number 2, Mr. Solicitor, 716 marks.
yes,
Cumulative frequency is 71.
correct, my lord.
So this will include 71, will include the 61?
61, yes. That is cumulative.
These 71 people would be, say, 716 and above.
Yes. So accordingly, when we were considering the figure of 600,
So in other words, somebody who gets 716 would rank as the 71st candidate.
yes, your lordship, sorry, correct.
Or between 61 and 71.
Depending upon, my lord, what is the upper position. It would be a total reshuffle.
It would be 14 at item 1, then 44, 10 people at 716, and 288 plus whatever those.
They would be directly
44
impacted.
people.
They would be directly impacted. They will go down.
And interestingly, we are taking 622 as the mark for the 56,000 seats. That you'll get at sale number 93.
Correct.
Third column.
Yes.
That, and 1,08,000 let us see now. 1,08,000 is
No, see,
577.
130,
570. That's how we get it here.
This is, my lord, what we have done.
What more, Mr.
Lord, few more, my lord,
Now, we'd
before
like
that-
to, you can take it at your own time, but we'd like you to show us the 1563 candidates.
Yes, it's there. It's there. My lord, we have prepared it yesterday, my lord.
It's here.
It was there, my lord, but
I think it's at page 11 over here.
yes, my lord, but we have done a little better exercise. Page 8 bottom, my lord, your lordship may kindly see.
Page
Uh,
8, got it.
Yes.
156.
Lord, they were, your lordships are aware, they were given grace marks initially, what was termed as compensatory marks. And thereafter, retest was taken.
They belong to how many centers?
I'll just, my lord, there is another, my lord, 6 centers. My lord. 6. I'll give the details, my lord, the center-wise also.
From 6 centers?
Yes.
And these were the candidates who were given compensatory marks because they were given the wrong paper.
No, because they could not get 3 hours 20 minutes full time.
And why did they not get the full time?
There are different reasons, but essentially because of the wrong paper being given initially, paper being taken up, and
they were given either the Canbank paper
and those,
or maybe also different medium of instruction also.
that is only one case, my lord. That is one case. Savai Madhopur. The rest are, my lord, my lord, when we are dealing with, my lord,
the examination, that can't be because our court had permitted it.
There is none.
We dismissed the writ petition.
No,
did we? No, we didn't dismiss the writ.
Your lordship
we
did not.
Permitted it to
The challenge was to grant of compensatory marks.
Right.
So we pointed out
that we are now
holding a fresh test. So court said now that question does not arise.
When
That's the
special test held?
23rd of June 24. But out of 1563, only 813 appeared. An option of not appearing. And my lord, I must tell you, nothing would turn on this, my lord, but as a piece of information, why, my lord, out of 1563, only 813 appeared? Lord, suppose I am a student, I did not get half an hour out of 3 hours, 20 minutes. I completed my paper, say, in 2 hours. I'm a brilliant student. I may not choose to go for and take my chance in the retest. Therefore, the option was that either you accept your result of less time performance, or you are given an option of appearing again. Lord, rest of them chose, because some may be meritorious, but we can't compel them.
Marks were then withdrawn. Nobody then
everyone.
Those who chose to stand by their original result, that is the original result minus
compensatory marks. So the student will have a choice that minus compensatory mark, I am getting this much. I have performed well. So why should I take a chance or gamble by appearing again? It was a gamble. He could have got more.
Compensatory marks which were given, was it uniform for everyone?
Uniform.
How many marks were given?
Uniform. Proportionate formula, my lord. There was some formula as per CLAT, my lord.
But everybody got the same compensatory mark.
Yeah,
Or it varied
same
from
methodology was applied.
Same methodology.
Same method.
Based on what they had scored.
Scored and what the time lost.
So everybody didn't get like 4 marks or 5 marks.
No, not a fixed figure. The system applied was same.
The same formula was applied.
Same formula, I'm sorry.
Results,
yes.
Depending on how much compensatory mark, everybody didn't get the same compensatory mark.
No.
The same principle was applied.
But
maybe
whatever was given,
those students have either had to appear or have their original result
minus compensatory mark. Yes. So out of those 1563, 813 appeared. They may not have fared well, my lord, in the first. So out of 156, 3 candidates 1563 candidates. As on 30th June, 26 candidates have scored equal to or more than 577. That is corresponding to 1,08,000 mark. And success rate is 1.7%. And out of this, 11 have scored equal to or more than 622.
Now, those who remained didn't take the new examination. How many of them got more than 622? Those who didn't take the.
We have, my lord, we'll check up.
This-
That, Your Lordship, it would be an interesting figure because maybe they didn't appear because they had more than 60.
Then they felt that they had done well enough.
They have done well. And my 6.
Seven out of it.
Lord, I can prepare it and give it to Your Lordship. Lord, because I may get, Lord, so for example, I have got 600 marks without compensatory. I might feel that if I reappear, I might come down to 550. So I don't take a chance that whatever admission I'll get wherever at 600, I'll take that chance. They took that chance. And success ratio is 1.7% in 1,08,000 and 0.7.
This is the 1563 now we've done.
Yes.
Now, which is the next area?
Yes. Lord, next area, before I take Your Lordships to the other things, would Your Lordships like to see, my lord, the investigation?
Now, what about the, since we are looking at the data, what about those who were given the Kanban paper?
My lord, my lord, what happened was, as I have said, my lord, we are dealing with 4750 centers. Human errors do occur in few of the centers. One human error
How
was.
many centers was the Kanban paper given actually?
We have prepared. We have undertaken that
on that
exercise.
actually.
We have undertaken that exercise. My lord, yesterday night. My lord, there are two categories.
Just one second.
मेल कर दे संजय को. संजय करे. Four of this.
Para 3 also. At how many centers?
NEET UG were Canara Bank questions booklets distributed. Question papers from Canara Bank were distributed at 12 centers. But kindly see, out of 4750, out of 12 centers, 4 centers replaced the Canara Bank question papers with State Bank of India question papers. Thus, 8 centers, the questions paper from Canara Bank were used. But rightly or wrongly, they took the decision that having given a wrong question, now let them complete 3 hours and 20 minutes with the wrong question. Wrong in the sense that it was SBI and not Canara, with, my lord, the difficulty level being the same. Lord, whoever approached
How many total candidates answered the Canara Bank question bank?
Yes, but 3307. And we have given center wise. And serial number 7 would, my lord, assist your lordships. The candidate of the above referred centers who answered Canara Bank were evaluated based upon the respective answer key of Canara Bank. Out of 3307, 59 candidates have scored more than 577, which corresponds to 1,08,000, and 17 have scored more than 622, that is respectively 1.7% and 0.5%. These are the students where the center superintendent took a decision that, all right, I have brought a wrong question paper, but let them complete now within 3 hours and 20 minutes.
3,307 candidates.
Yes. And next, my lord, my learned friend, my lord, mentioned that this key was never uploaded. That is factually not correct, my lord. Serial number 8, the answer key of Canara Bank question paper were also uploaded on 3rd June.
So for 8 centers, where the examination took place on the basis of the CanBank question bank,
yes,
they have been graded and assessed on that basis.
On the basis of the answer, model answers of Canara Bank.
So 3,307 candidates are not assessed on the basis of SBI, but the CanBank, the wrong. Now,
in a sense, wrong, my lord, yes.
But
both were correct.
Has some moderation been done between the CanBank and the SBI question?
Lord, the report of the expert is that the difficulty level of both the question papers are same. And that is always one of questions are prepared. So that one question paper is not more difficult than the other.
In the SBI lot, I mean,
remaining, my lord, 99%.
Yeah. What is the success rate for the 622 and above?
Lord, if your lordship sees para 2, perhaps, my lord, of this. No. Lord, in the main written submissions, my lord, if your lordship comes to page 2. This is total 4.
Yes.
Page 2 of the original, first which I saw. The total number of candidates appeared is 23,33,162. The cutoff marks of candidates.
33,000.
162. Where I'm roughly using 24. This is the correct figure, accurate figure. So the cutoff mark, whose rank is within 1,08,000, is 577, which is 4.6%.
4.6% get at least 577 marks.
Yes. And
6,000?
2.4%.
Which is 622 marks. Is how many is 2.4%? So really speaking, then the rate is 1.7% and 0.5%.
Correct.
So the Canara Bank success rate is lower.
My lord, maybe the caliber of the students also needs to be, my lord. Because when the papers are set, my lord, the experts are told to set it in such a way that since we have to give last minute option, both must have the same difficulty level.
Obviously,
I
two
must-
sets of question papers, the instructions to the paper setters that set them at the same level of
Lord,
difficulty.
we have, Lord, after paper setters, we have
Of course, nothing
moderators.
can be absolutely perfect, but there'll be some moderators who do even the moderation.
Moderation of the
paper
question paper,
question paper.
and for moderating the question paper of both Canara and State Bank, we have the same moderators.
But tell us, how is Canara Bank question paper distributed in the first place?
That's, my Lord, I'll answer.
What is
that
it
one.
said here in the first two questions? Who authorized the city coordinator for
yes.
collection of trunks?
Lord, please see, city coordinator is authorized by DG NTA in writing. The authorization letter contains the name, photograph, and signature of city coordinator duly authorized by DG NTA. I must tell your Lordships, my Lord, this goes digitally because it's impossible to send personally to 4,750 students. So he has to take a printout. So he can have two printouts. Now, this is to enable him to produce the authorization letter to the bank and to ensure that the bank can verify that the same authorized person has come to collect. It is responsibility of city coordinator to distribute the respective trunks containing booklets, each of which are individually and collectively sealed to the respective centers. This handing over by the bank to city coordinator is recorded in CCTV. As per the practice, the city coordinator goes along with center superintendent as well as an independent neutral observer appointed by NTA for each center. The observer is appointed for each center, who is generally a principal or a lecturer of the nearby educational institutions. Every center has, my Lord, an observer.
So in the morning of the examination, the DG NTA would indicate which is the set, which set is the CanBank set or the SBI set to be taken up.
Yes,
That message is passed on to the city coordinator.
correct.
And the city coordinator in turn relays it to the center,
He has-
center superintendent.
Yes, but he has two options. Either he can go and collect everything and distribute, but generally practice is he calls every center superintendent and the observer to come. They go together and take their respective trunks.
But then if that is done, how is it that some chaps went to got the CanBank?
Your Lordships are absolutely right, but I put it that way, my Lord. He may be having, my Lord, both. The authorization, my Lord, is not bank-wise. Authorization is person-wise. Mr. X is authorized.
But the banks are informed by DG NTA in the morning that, look, we are choosing the SBI option.
Please, my Lord, lacuna. I will not, my Lord, say anything wrong before your Lordships. This should be introduced. The bank should be instructed. Both banks should be instructed that you give and you don't.
Not give.
Yes.
Because this should be centrally circulated to CanBank. I mean, CanBank this time. That, look, your paper is to be now maintained in safe custody in the bank itself. You will not distribute that question paper.
And SBI should be told that you don't give if somebody comes.
Yeah. And only SBI papers will be
But,
distributed.
my Lord, kindly examine from this point of view, out of 4,750 centers, rest of the person, Lord, except these 4-5 instances, rest of the persons understood the training correctly. They are trained that you have to go to the center. You are informed in the morning at 8 o'clock. So the system as a whole has worked, my Lord, except human error at 0.3%, my Lord, centers. That is 8 centers out of 4,750.
All right. Now we'll go on to the investigation.
Please. Lord, Lord, please come to the first report. Lord, I'll request, my Lord, is the Lord, I've requested my friend, my Lord, to sit with me so that I can. Well, he is Mr. Krishna, he is Additional Director CBI, and the officer is, my Lord, the DIG CBI. Both of them, my Lord, have done a, my Lord, wholesome work. My Lord, from para 1 to 16,
This is, you are reading now what are you reading, Mr.
No, first report. I'm not reading it, my lord. I'm just
Alright,
bringing
First report, no?
first report.
What, 120.
Oh, in the envelope. Hmm? Hmm? My lord, if your lordship would like to see the sealed envelope, there is one.
You numbered, paragraphs are all consecutively numbered.
No, the sealed envelope, it's interesting. Lord, each paper, along with OMR sheet, is put in one-time terrible plastic bag. It is like this. I'll, my lord, give to your lordship, my lord, because the moment, my lord, I tear it, I cannot repaste it. It is one-time terrible. It's not a, not a glue stick thing.
Yes.
Thereafter, 24 papers are, my lord, packed in another pack, which is like this. I don't want to demonstrate that. And thereafter, my lord, I have explained from page 1 to para 1 to 16 how at different level there are 7 layers of securities. Lord, at page 4, एक नहीं है खुला, एक दे दो कोई भी एक पेपर.
Actually, you know, the English one paper to be.
One paper. I'll just, my lord, give for your lordship's consideration. So that, Lord, after this, your lordships would find what is the relevance in the investigation. I can, my lord, give it to my learned friend also. There is now a paper which is exhausted, so there is no difficulty. But the point is, this is one time terrible. If I open it once, it cannot be packed again.
This is not, these are skip or anything like that. It's
And
just,
this is opened by the students. Now the paper which we got, the burnt paper which we got from, my lord, the place where they were asked to memorize, we received a burnt paper. Now every paper has, my lord, in the middle, a unique number. Every student will have a unique number. I'll come to that. Just, my lord, bear this in mind. कॉपी इनको भी देंगे. Also, one sill here. Inside.
Inside.
Inside also. Inside, once you tear the plastic paper, this also, Lord, please come to page 21, my lord, in this context. Then I'll, my lord, come back to. My lord, what they did was, from Oasis school, as I will point out, my lord, between 8:02 to 9:23, one person enters, we have the CCTV footage, etc. He opens one of the trucks
From behind.
from behind and he gives it to solvers. There are 8 solvers and 20 questions each or 25 questions each is distributed amongst them, ensuring that they do not carry any mobile phones because they don't want the paper to go beyond anyone who has not paid them. Now, after that memorizing exercise and after the students left, I'll come to that, they burn the paper. But page 21, this piece remained unburned. That was recovered by Bihar police and there is in the middle one number. This number belongs to one girl who had already complained that the paper which I received was sealed by using lighter. The paper which your lordships have in hand is one time terrible. So the person who committed theft, Lord, tore it, got the photographs, put it back
And resealed it.
and resealed it using the lighter, not the way.
That girl said that there was a.
Yeah, yes, we have the statement of that girl also that yes, my paper and this was also broken.
She complained. That girl.
No, in the survey, it's a statement. When we recorded this,
by CBI.
yes,
Because that's what that's CBI followed that lead because the
number, because of the number, this number belongs to only one person.
And that number was recovered from where?
From the place where students were brought at around in the morning of 5th, that papers would come.
It was burned.
Papers would come in Patna. The papers would come by 10:30, 10:45. It came in 2 tranches. One subject was solved earlier, so it came at 10:30. Second subject was solved little later, so it came at 10:45. They were asked to memorize. And then at 12:45, and we have the CCTV footage of where they gathered for the purpose of going to that school, and they come back to that meeting point again and disperse to their respective centers. Because they were from different centers, not from this school. School is only used for the purpose of committing theft of the paper.
Right.
Thereafter, they burned. You can say that.
Yep, you can tell him.
With your lordship's permission.
Certainly.
Well, he knows it inside out.
You can take
This serial number that is written on this half-burnt page is a unique number. If there are 24 lakhs question papers being printed, there will be 24 lakhs such different codes.
Right.
And this serial number goes to Oasis school only as per NTA record. It can't go to any other center in the country. So that is how we went to Oasis school and said that this serial number is supposed to come to you. To whom did you issue this paper to? It was issued to one genuine girl candidate.
She was not involved in any.
She was not involved in any place because the paper was not stolen. There is no displacement of the paper. It was just photographed and replaced back.
And it was again put back in.
It was again put back, and so it went to a genuine candidate in the normal course. And that genuine candidate found the seal here was broken, that sticker. And this was also opened. She did not complain to the invigilator. She kept quiet, but to us, she said this is what she found. So that proves that it has been tampered. That is one, my lord. Secondly, these pieces were found in Patna.
This you found where exactly? This you found in Patna.
Patna, that Learns Boys High School, where about 25 candidates were gathered and the solved paper was given. So the original paper was not taken out, it was replaced back, but its printout was taken and circulated to the candidates, one paper per 2-3 candidates. They sat in a group and started memorizing it. And at the end of the 12:30 or so, they have to go to the centers because exam is at 2. Some centers are far away, some centers are nearby. Then they put all of them together and burnt it.
And this girl was attempting, who was actually the girl to whom that, tampered seal was handed over. She was in which center?
She was in Hazaribagh Oasis School.
She was in Oasis.
Because this serial number is allocated to Oasis School Center, my lord.
Oh, from
And
NTA.
from NTA. And NTA gives unique 24 lakh serial numbers so that no two candidates in the country will get the same serial number.
Right.
And this serial number, 124 lakh series is different for SBI. Another 24 lakh series is different for Canara Bank. So there will be almost 48 lakh codes. So that is how with this piece of paper recovered in Learns Boys School in Patna, we reached Hazaribagh. Because this serial number is allocated to only
But
Oasis.
it was otherwise to be destined for the Hazaribagh school.
Hazaribagh Oasis School alone. So there are 5
But
centers.
the breach occurred in Patna.
No, my lord.
Breach occurred again in
The
it
breach
was delayed
occurred
to
in
Patna.
Oasis School, but relate to Patna.
where these problem solving, etc. took place.
Problem solving also took place in Hazaribagh, my lord.
Hazaribagh.
Only there were 2 groups of candidates. One beneficiary group was in Hazaribagh, where the problem solving also took place in another floor of the same building.
Right.
And the first floor, girl candidates, female candidates were there. In the second floor, male candidates were there. In the third floor, the solvers were there. All the 7, 8 solvers were together along with the gang.
Without
And-
telephones, without their.
And neither the candidates nor the solvers were allowed to bring the phones into that particular location. And after this solution, again, digital image was taken and it was transmitted to Patna Learns Boys High School, where one of the gang members of the accused is present.
And you recovered this burnt thing from
Patna,
From
from that school, Learns Boys High School.
Oh, I see.
Where there were 25 candidates.
Distributed this in the classroom.
Yes, sir.
So that person also.
The
couldn't
invigilator
realize
also did
that
not,
The seal
That
is
this has been
tempered.
again.
Yeah, he did not mind.
Resealed with a lighter.
The packet.
Because if you
No, the big
if you reseal any plastic with a lighter, it will have burnt marks.
My lord,
This view.
yes. These are 72 question papers, ma'am. This 4, 5 such packets are kept in a trunk. This has got 3 packets of 24 question papers each, inside separately packed. Now on this, the invigilator and center superintendent have to sign that when we are opening, there is no tampering. So though there was a tampering and burnt from one side and again refixed,
One paper.
and one paper removed and replaced, they have signed because the center superintendent and the city coordinator were also
Yeah,
part of the conspiracy.
Well, interrogated that person.
They arrested, yes.
We arrested, sir.
He was also part and parcel of this.
Yes, yes, he took money. He took money.
The center superintendent and the coordinator were part of this.
Yes, sir. Yes, my lord.
They are
were
arrested. They are in
Both were
custody.
arrested. Apart from that, there is one more middleman who was a bridge between the gang and these two. And the conspiracy was hatched almost 2-3 months prior to the actual stealing, because they will have to identify one vulnerable center who is ready to accept and give the access.
But one question I had was, once they had this conspiracy about 2 or 3 months back, how is it that they confined the conspiracy to such a small group of people? Human greed otherwise is that he would want to maximize the profits which he's going to make from the conspiracy. Why did they then only confine themselves to say 25 students?
No, my lord, we have given,
Once they had invested, they could have
we have given the figure in para number,
It's 155.
para number 113.11.
155 students.
150.
Yes. Well, what happens is, my lord, since they don't want the paper to go or their identity to be revealed to many people and exposing them to be arrested in advance, they go to the people, my lord, 1-to-1. And those who fall into the trap, they give post-dated checks and some amount in advance. We have recovered the post-dated checks also. So post-dated checks now cannot be encashed. We have recovered them.
The money is not collected in one trance, my lord. Initially, one token advance is taken, so the candidate is permitted to gain access to that particular location where they're going to distribute the salt paper. Now, he doesn't know whether this is the content which is going to come in the exam. So once he comes out of the examination center, then only he confirms that, yes, what you gave me yesterday is the one, or what you gave me today morning is the one which came.
But there's no evidence to indicate that the conspiracy was wider, at least in Jharkhand and Bihar.
No, my lord. What we found so far was that there were two locations in Hazaribagh where this was shared after solving, and one location in Patna where this was shared after solving. And within Patna, that group had a subgroup of 6 female candidates who came on 4th itself. So they didn't want to keep the boys and girls in the same, under the same roof. So they put it in one of the accused houses, those 6 girls, for the night. And next day morning, once it was stolen, photographed, it came to the solvers, they solved it. Then again, a scanned copy was generated, sent to Patna through WhatsApp, and their printouts were taken, about 15 copies of each set. Botany zoology in first go, it came at around 10-15 hours, and the physics chemistry came at about 10:35 to 10:40. So they took printouts and gave one copy to 2-3 group of candidates. Since the girls were there in the other house, from here, one hard copy was taken to that house.
Now, what about these statements which were recorded by the Economic Offences Unit in Bihar,
My lord,
saying that leak 4 तारीख के रात को हुआ था,
my lord,
on the 4th of May.
yes, yes.
And there seems to be an improvement in their subsequent statements when they say the leak took place between that morning hours on the
Not
5th.
only that, my lord, in the file which we has given to the court, my lord, page number 5,
Which one?
the Bihar report.
Bihar. Bihar wala paper.
So in fact, first it was Bihar local police, then Bihar EOU. Lord, local police, my lord, it seems, I was shown yesterday, have, Lord, recorded in a cut paste mode, my lord. So once a paragraph, my lord, is added in every.
Because, you know, we saw the statement of Anurag Yadav. You will find it at page 132 of the file. Nitish Kumar at page 92 of the file. And Amit Anand at 88 of the file.
My lord, Anurag Yadav at page 113 it is there, and 129 also it is there, my lord. But
it's a repetition.
Before that, my lord, in this report, if my lordship may go to page number 5. Page number 5. This is the consolidated status report prepared by EOU 1 day before it was handed over to CBI, my lord. In that last paragraph,
3 lines.
Last 3 lines, my lord. Page number 5.
Now the relay from Hazaribagh to Patna was through the mobile of one of these persons who took a picture of the scanned answer sheets and sent us the solved answer sheets and sent them. Now, has that mobile been seized?
No, my lord. They have destroyed some of the gadgets, and yesterday we recovered some of them. Now we have to examine them forensically, whether these were this set of mobiles yesterday we recovered were from the same gang. But whether the same instruments were used for this offense or not has to be ascertained from FSL report.
And perhaps the FSL report will indicate as to whether this was sent only to Patna or did it go somewhere else also?
It will, if the WhatsApp chats are not deleted, then we will know where all it has gone. But apparently from the interrogation, they have destroyed those mobiles after the offense. The main core group, the fringe elements, 18 mobiles were recovered, my lord. That FSL report has come.
Yesterday, somewhere I was reading while we were.
Para 50.
I didn't flag that page. That they
para 51
into the river or something.
Para 51. Para 51.
From some water body.
Para 51 may kindly be seen, my lord, in our report. Para 51.
First report?
First report. Para numbers are in seriatim, my lord. Para 51. Para 51, last 3 lines, my lord. Sorry, para 52, my lord. Para 52, last 3 lines.
50, if you can.
52, para 5(2). It also may be seen, my lord.
Back to this page 21 of your report.
Yes, my lord.
Report.
Yes.
This is a work of an amateur. Professional would not commit this mistake. He would ensure that the entire paper is burned.
Shredded.
You got the clue, the first clue, because of these numbers.
Yes, my lord.
These numbers are to be found where on this booklet?
Yes, inside every page it will be there.
Inside.
Yes.
Your lordship
On the
can-
top also, on the left, top left corner, it is there, my lord.
Your lordships can open it, but this is used paper, so it can be opened.
On the top left
But your
corner.
lordship will have to tear it. It cannot be opened the way we open, my lord, the glued envelope.
You don't need a scissor.
No, you don't need a scissor. You are not supposed to be having a scissor as a student.
What was done is, with the camera in the mobile, it was clicked and a hard copy was downloaded. So this is that hard copy
Yes,
which
yes.
has been
That's the
downloaded.
reason why the girl student got her own paper that was earmarked to her.
So what was the idea in clicking this part, this part?
It's on every page.
It's on every page, my lord.
He doesn't have a choice.
Entire booklet was photographed.
Each page, each page,
Each page.
each page.
Thereafter, it was put back in the envelope and tried to reseal with lighter.
As per the CCTV footage, my lord, he had 1 hour, 20 minutes. Yes. Even the OMR sheet will have the same number, my lord. The OMR sheet and question paper are matched. They come in the same packet.
Good.
As my lord
What is the nature of the forensic evidence that we have in regard to the, the transmission of the data on the fact that there was a leak? We now know that there was a leak.
And my lord,
What we are unsure about is what time the leak took place and to what extent was the leak. Now, the leak takes, there is a leak, according to the investigation, the leak takes place at Hazaribagh. Now, the leaked, the solved question paper is then transmitted by electronic mode to Patna. Now, do we have any forensic evidence to indicate how that data was transferred and to which phones the data was transferred?
Yeah, I'll answer that, my lord. Before that, this is the report of the Patna police, my lord, which has been submitted, page number 43, 44. There are more number of burnt pieces. If my lordship can. Semi-burnt pieces. In all those, the same serial number is figuring, which we have shown it here.
This is
So
solved.
that means.
And
of
that
the-
serial number is of the school.
Of the Oasis Center.
Same girl,
Right, the center.
same girl, same
Now,
number.
that means, my lord, all these burnt pieces belong to one question paper. It is not that 4, 5 question papers were stolen and burnt, because the serial number then has to be different on each piece of paper. Okay,
The question paper will have the center number and the serial number of the
code,
question paper itself.
serial number of the question
So
paper.
it has two things, the center number and the serial number of the question paper.
Yes, my lord.
And there's only one which has been.
Yeah. Now, for a moment, my lord, supposing we say that this paper got, this serial number paper got leaked on 4th itself, for example. One student. Now, if supposing this paper has got leaked on the previous day itself, on 4th, one of the learned counsels for the petitioner was also mentioning, and there was a confusion in regard to Anurag Yadav's statement also. We have CCTV footage of the main accused Pankaj Kumar alias Aditya, who has been arrested right now in our custody, that he has accessed the strong room of Oasis Center as per CCTV footage between 8:02 to 9:23 AM on 5th. So that was the time when he has access to this particular serial number.
That CCTV footage is from where? When he's entering, when he's leaving, or when?
Both.
With
Entering into the control room where the trunks were placed and exit from the control room where the trunks were placed. And the photograph of both the trunks before it was locked, the control room was locked after they were brought from the safe vault of the bank. And when they were opened again for all other witnesses and all, that photographs also we have given, my lord, in.
And the control room is under, the lock of the control room is in whose custody?
My lord, there are 2 doors to the control room, this particular control room. The front door was locked in front of everybody and the key was with the center superintendent. But the inside bolt of the rear door was kept deliberately open by the central superintendent as well as the city coordinator as part of the conspiracy.
To allow somebody to.
To allow somebody to enter. And this person whom I named just now was sitting in the staff room, whose door is just adjacent to this rear door of the control room. It is hardly 2 steps to open the other door and enter this door. So 7:53, the front door of the control room is locked and everybody goes to inspect the examination halls, etc. From the rear door at 8:02, this man enters.
Only a minute. At this juncture, please see second status report, page 11.
So this man enters at about 8:03, about 8 o'clock.
8:02.
8:02, he enters from behind. That is recorded, movement is recorded on the CCTV. And he leaves at about 8:23.
8:23. 9:23.
So he's inside for almost 1.5 hours.
Because, my lord, there are 7 layers of packing. What we showed, my lordship, is only an individual question paper, which comes in this packet of 72 questions. And this is again put in a trunk. Then trunk has 2 locks in the front. And trunk is put in another carton box where the image can be seen at page number 11 of the second status report.
You opened the trunk from behind.
He has opened the
trunk
from behind. The rivets.
How did he use that? What kind of equipment did he have to open the trunk?
He had an exhaustive toolkit bag. The bag was kept in the control room by the center superintendent on the 4th.
Security surrounding that control room where the trunks were placed.
My lordship, it's the responsibility of the center superintendent itself.
He is a party to
He has a party to it. He kept that toolkit.
He kept the toolkit in that.
Which is given by same accused 2 days prior and he keeps it there. This man he doesn't carry the toolkit because he comes out empty-handed. That is also same. He just clicks on his phone, digital photographs and walks off. He enters the campus at 7:12 and goes into the staff room and sits there. At 8:02, he enters the control room and 9:23, he exits the control room and 9:24, he exits the center.
But how do we sort of hypothesize that this main accused Pankaj, that he sent the images of he first took a photograph, then he takes it to the problem solvers.
He sends it immediately after he exits the campus to the problem solvers. Where
Problem solvers are also in Hazaribagh.
they are in Hazaribagh in a guest house called, which is named in our report, my lord, on the 3rd floor.
Now,
And there is a printer there.
right, and from once they are solved by the problem solvers, they are remitted by whom? Again, by the same accused
By the same accused.
to Patna.
Pankaj also goes to that same location.
And
And
he
they
sends
have
it
a
to Patna.
group of several people there, about 9 persons.
How do we rule out this, that Pankaj may have sent it to other locations also?
But so far, from the investigation and interrogation of the accused, we found only 4 locations, my lord, 2 in Patna, 2 in Hazaribagh. And the top gangster is somebody. Below that, there are about 5 main persons, out of which 3 we have arrested and they are in our custody. And we have interrogated them. And below that, they have some people who mobilize the candidates, some people who identify the safe house, some people who.
Is the top gangster also in custody or no?
Not yet.
Solvers are in custody. How did the solvers actually transmit? They were solving. Were they solving the questions digitally?
Solvers-
They were solving them on paper. What were they doing?
Yeah, my lord. For example, if my lordship may see page 50 and 51, you can see the tick marks on the hard copy, half burnt papers. The size of this tick mark is different from the size of the tick mark which we recovered from the candidate, the girl candidate of Oasis. She has put a small tick. And in that, for every question, there is only one tick, what she thought it was the correct answer. So this tick is on another hard copy,
No, one clarification.
on a printout.
The man enters that control room, what control room?
Control room they call it. It's a hall.
According to you, sir, he was in that room for 1 hour and
20 minutes, 21 minutes.
He must have taken time to open the trunk from behind. He took out one question paper, which unfortunately was given to that girl. Then he clicks pictures on his mobile. From his mobile, he forwards it to the solvers.
Not to the solvers, my lord. He forwards it to one of their own counterpart who is with the solvers.
Physical acts. He forwards it to X. X is in company of the solvers at the guest house.
Yes, ma'am.
Then he must have parted that with the solvers.
He takes a hard printout.
This is that burnt thing is the hard print.
Printout.
One-
Called printout.
1 second, my lord.
Okay.
The
So then after the solvers solve the question paper.
It's again scanned
By whom?
by the same accused who are there with him.
Or the
Pankaj
other
also
person was
is,
there. Pankaj is also there.
Pankaj is also.
And this scanned copy, we know, has been sent to Patna.
Yes.
It is
And also to one other location.
another center in Hazaribagh
Yes.
and to Patna. But how do we sort of conclusively say that this scanned copy has been sent to no other centers other than one more at Hazaribagh and one at Patna?
My lord.
So we have no forensic, we don't have forensic data to, if we had forensic data, then there would be electronic footprints that this was sent to this was sent to this number, this was sent to this number.
That is why I gave the figures, because the time available for them to impart this, Lord, whatever they have stolen was hardly 1.5 hours to 2 hours. And therefore, even the students who are now caught, those who are beneficiaries according to us,
Because you know what?
they also did not fare well.
Earlier we thought that, you know, that after he takes the photographs, that he comes to the center at about 9:30 and 45 minutes is given to the problem solvers. No, the problem solvers probably got the question paper at 8:30 itself.
No, my lord, at around 9:24, after he comes out, he transmits it as per the
That's the statements of
interrogation
the
statements. Of
These are the statements.
His mobile is not available, and that co-conspirator in
Hazaribagh's guest house is not so far away. Even the person who received, we have arrested him in Hazaribagh. Yes.
Right after line.